Cool Figure TV. Revolutionary salute. Revolutionary salute. Like, share, subscribe. Welcome, welcome, welcome to the House of Revolution. You know I'm your humble host, the Yao Mean of Revolution. Honor the father and the mother. Honor the father and the mother. Now, before we get into honoring the father and the mother, be sure to wipe your feet. That means hit the like button. You in the House of Revolution. Like, share, subscribe, support the platform, y'all. Salute, salute. Belt to ass session now. Belt to ass session today. Here at the House of Revolution, we're going to put a lot of things in perspective today. No one's going to get away with lying about their culture, pretending like they started something they didn't start. You open up a can of worms around here, March, and talk about you conquering your land. We're going to talk about that land. Your culture, we're going to talk about that culture. You see, you got a lot of explaining to do. Let's get right into that. You see, this is what they asked for. When they wanted to talk about who land this was, I was warning them about talking like that. When they wanted to talk about their culture, I told them it's a mistake to fall onto the Aztec or the Mayans. That's a mistake, but they chose to do that. They keep running their mouth about California. Big mistake. We're going to talk about the Queen of California, the Black Queen. We're getting into all of that today, and it's not going to be very good to those who have stolen history. Let's get it. Salute, nephew. So we going in today. This was meant for when one of those. I've been had all this motherfucking. I already talked about this. I already really did a live on this. I was gonna use this on the gang members in California who steady threatening our people and pretending like they had some type of culture that they didn't have. And I was waiting on one of them bastards to try to debate me, and I was gonna step on them because they don't know what the fuck they're talking about. But since they decided to take over this country, we're going to prove you tried that before when you tried to seize California from the indigenous people that was there. You're a colonizer at heart, and we're going to get into that.
Mexican people always believe that the origin of the people in this country it is Asia, right? We say the last ice age.
Mayans depicted themselves, and it does not resemble today's Hispanic population or Mexican population, banana pack murals. You see these people with locks, head wraps, Negroid feature. These people don't look Asian to me. They don't look mongoloid in phenotype. Now you will see a lot of Mayan replicas. These were not painted by Mayans. These are not authentic Mayan murals. They'll make these replicas to fit the Hispanic population. But when we look at the murals, they look completely opposite. Now look at this mural and look at this replica. And I ask you, what's real? Because I need y'all to think, and I really need y'all to use y'all brains right now. Because we're finna use common sense. Because you can use common sense. They'll show you these replicas and say, oh, this is Aztec and Mayan culture. But the Mayans themselves depicted themselves as being a Negroid phenotype.
And come on, man, let's make sure we understand that now. When they even got prison gang, the Aztecs, and they racist. We're gonna put an end to this bullshit because it's a perfect time to talk about this because they started it. They brought it up. This is our land, our culture, our ain't being racist towards us. Honor the father and mother. That's what this shit is all about. Honor us.
Now I need y'all to think. When we look in America, all over America, in every city, you see everywhere in America, every city, you see brothers with dreads, locks, Where else in the world is they wearing locks at? Before I speak on this image, I want to thank Dr. Ali Muhammad, because without him, I wouldn't even known about this. Dr. Ali Muhammad said he got this out the Smithsonian. He paid about $700 for this book. But let's get to it. Let's get to work. Let's talk about it now. Sacrifice of light-skinned, light-haired seafarers. The artists or priests who decorated this important Mayan temple long before the arrival of Christopher Columbus were all well acquainted with the fact that they're excited with individuals or a people with race traits different from their own. The problem is, who were they? Clearly saying that these people were well aware of different race traits. So you got these people from wherever they came from. These people that they are taking captive represent the present day population, or the people you call Mexican, Hispanic. These people are your Afro-Mexicans or your...
Ain't it very convenient that they tell you the Mayan and the Aztecs disappeared? I'm sure they did. Disappeared in the motherfucking slavery. I'm pretty sure they disappeared, all right. We can't find the Aztec. We can't find the Mayan. You put them in the slavery and then killed them off, man. These people busted.
Quote-unquote African Americans, your indigenous people of America. Now, when I first seen this mural right here, now this is the Mayans. They're tying up these pale-skinned invaders. And when I saw this, okay, this got to be the Neanderthal right here, because these people have blonde hair and a ruddy skin. So I have actually even seen Mexicans with the same features as the people that's being tied up and getting ready to get sacrificed. In this mural, I've seen Mexicans that look like these people. So this is the Neanderthal and this is the Disanova. And you can pretty much get an idea who the people were. Now you see your Aztec. Now this is the Aztec temple. Now you see the brothers with the feathers. You even see some of the brothers in a Muslim-ish garb. This is in ancient Mexico. This is what they are hiding. This is Mexico before the conquistadors colonized it. Now you gotta understand, you had enemies of the Aztec, which were pre-Columbian invaders, or what you'll call present-day population. However, they sided with the Spanish against the Black Aztec to help overthrow their rulership elite. And the slave or the prisoner they got captive, and what you see is the Black Aztec right here. This is what you call present-day Negro, Black African American man. And these captives that they got, these are your present-day Mexican, Hispanic people. What y'all gotta understand is, the people that you see right here helped the Spaniards overthrow the Black Aztec in Mexico. You have Achua, the Mayan deity of chocolate, or coca, and he has his gold-tipped spear and his jaguar fur on. A quote-unquote black god, ancient Mexico. This is in Guatemala. Now, Guatemala is next to Honduras, where Dr. Sebi is from. Dr. Sebi's from Honduras. That's that whole Mayan, Omech territory, ancient Mexico. And I see a lot between Dr. Sebi and this Mayan.
When you think about the Mayan, the Aztec, don't think Mexico. Think South America. Don't think Mexico. Think Central America. That's a fact.
Mayan deity. You see, it's a strong resemblance. Now, this is my question for the Hispanic community, the Native American community. Now, I'm just asking a question, and this is for everybody. This is a common sense challenge. I need everybody to think. Now, as I make my point on what I'm going to say, is it a coincidence that when you look at these old Mayan murals, Aztec codex, you happen to see the people, the higher or the rulership happen to have dark skin. They happen to look black. and the captives or the slaves happen to be pale. I'm just saying, is this a coincidence? I need everybody to think. I'm seeing this pattern in ancient Mexico. These dark-skinned black men taking pale-skinned captives. Is this a coincidence that the elite all have this happen to be very melanated, very dark? Is this a question? Is this something to think about? The name of this is Native Americans Give Gifts to Thomas Gage. These are the Pokemon Mayans in Mexico. In Guatemala. Now, when you look down, you'll see a brother down. He has an afro, dark-skinned Negroid feature. So it's not even up for debate. And when you look up, you have an Indian with him. And these are there's a Dominican friar. I forgot his name, but this is, these are, your conquistadors. Pretty much, this is your population in Mexico when the Spaniards arrived here.
Talking about the Olmec heads, right?
Yeah.
Those made with the basaltic, rock, right? And I guess you know which is the point. The mystery, it is that those Olmec heads showing us none of the features. Can I say that? Physical characteristics quite different to the rest of the people we have in this country, right?
Clay head from La Venta, Tabasco, showing kinky hair, pre-classic. I instantly seen the phenotypes on this ancient Mexican head, and I instantly know, okay, this is what this person would look like in the 21st century. And these are the phenotypes. And now this woman happens to be from Cuba. I believe she's Cuban. And that's another territory of that whole, extension of that whole Mayan Omech paradigm in itself. Thing to say that these people got into Mexico and Central America through the slave trade. But it's another thing when you have the evidence saying different. Because when you look at all these ancient Mexican figurines, BC time, all Negroid.
Come on, man.
I have not seen anything Asian. None of them Mongoloid. You see what I'm saying? So these people, all these other people.
Problem with historically, I keep telling people if they look this, they gonna run into weed was everywhere. Weed was everywhere because at one time there was no such thing as an Asian or a Spanish person or Mexican or at one time a European or Arab person. Those people had not been created, had not came to be. That's just a historical fact. And I know a lot of people hate it so much. That's why they want to find aliens and other species of it's land somewhere else that you might have came from deep in hollow earth or something, man. I give you that. But your ass wasn't on these lands. That's a fact. As we did know you. Anunnaki, that's not you neither, motherfucker. Let's just stick to this. At one time, all of the continents was connected. See, don't like to talk about this shit. That we just was roaming around. See, we've been here so long, we just was roaming around. Wasn't all this seas in the way. And that's just a fact. You'd have to get in a boat and row to Africa from the motherfucking Americas at one point in time. That's a historical fact. You didn't need an ocean. The lands was connected. That's why when they get deep digging, everything looked like us because we was every fucking where. Then we created other people. Other people came to be. Then they get to conquering our civilization with the help of us. We wasn't all on one fucking page.
People clearly came from somewhere else at a later time. And when you look at the Temple of the Warriors in Chichen Itza, you clearly see how they got here. You see what I'm saying? I stumbled across this picture right here of these Belizean people, and I instantly knew this was identical to the ancient Mayan ruins that I've seen in Mexico. And it's like these are the same people, but you got to understand what they do is they'll Africanize it. They have to hide the history of the people. So they'll say, well, these are Afro-Belizean or Afro-Honduran or Guatemala. They have to Africanize it. And then they'll take the people of Asian descent, of early invaders of the Americas. They'll say, well, these are the Mayans. These people who clearly have no resemblance to these ancient ruins and murals in Mexico. This is from the Arnoldus Montanus book, The New and Unknown World. This is from the first ever depiction of indigenous people of the Americas. Now you see these Aztecs, they're meeting Hernan Cortez, the conquistador, and the Spaniards. And this is by the ancient volcano they had. You see these brothers? Now, when you look at these
we got to pay close attention to historically when Spain started conquering every motherfucking thing. When they tell you 1492, that's Columbus went out. They just start going crazy. They just start going berserk. Okay, well, didn't the Moors lose Spain in 1492 or 1491? Historically, one of those dates. It shows you soon as they get back in power, and then they started using technology of the Moors and maps and some sailors. That's when they go out and start hunting. They was looking for Hebrew. It's a historical fact that they was going out hunting Hebrews too. That's just, I'm not gonna get in that right now. They was definitely going hunt Hebrews. Your ass was definitely on their list. They was going deep in Africa. They came to the America. They was hunting your ass down. You know, and some of our Moorish brothers, they helped them. These people didn't know where nothing was at. Some of our Moorish brothers sailed those ships. Columbus just was on the ship. Just, man, they know I read no motherfucking map. Illiterate bastard.
Women in Central America, these indigenous beauties. When you look at these beautiful women of Nicaragua, you can get an idea what the population looked like in ancient Mexico, and get to be able to distinguish the indigenous people. These are the American Indians, and this is a Mosquito Indian, of the Mosquito tribe. And this is another picture of, it says, Indians using bow and arrow in southern Mexico. Now, we know they're going to deny this to the grave, but you get an idea what the population looked like. And these brothers was probably in somewhere rural where they couldn't make contact with Spaniards or white people, so they was probably able to preserve their identity and who they are. I talked about this years ago. This is nothing new to me. I really talked about this. I want to give respect to Sister Yafa Bay, because I remember she even mentioned the panther being the indigenous cat of America. All due respect. Now, years ago, I had made this photo, and I have the Omech head and the panther, and then I have the Egyptian and the lion, because the jaguar panther being the indigenous cat of the Americas, and the lion being the cat of Africa, and the tiger of China, Asia. Now, Stan Lee, what he did was look at these ancient American.
Revolutionary salute to our brother Andre Tony for the donation to the war chest. Revolution is a way of life. Appreciate the love, family. Salute.
American culture in Mexico, the deities throughout the Aztec, Maya, Omech. And what he did was put an African twist on things. He just Africanized it. Then you got Wakanda, that being the deity in the plains throughout the Plains tribes and the Algonquin. So it's in you to gravitate to that, because that's America. That's ancient America. That's you. That's what you are. They like they always do, they have to put an African spin on it.
That's fact.
But Wakanda is within you. That isn't here in America.
Appreciate you, brother.
We don't know our history, so they'll put an Africanize it. That's what they do. That's what they have to do. They'll slip. What they'll do is
Because they want us
they
looking at
really laughing
not
at
right
us.
here.
It's like dumb niggas don't know their history, so we're gonna Africanize it, and they'll
So
laugh
they
at
can claim
you
everything
and
over
collect money, not knowing that Wakanda is deity throughout the plains, the Dakotas, Algonquin nations.
See, as old as America is, and we know America is one of the oldest lands, we already know that. As old as America is, they teach you and they teach the world to go hunting about ancient civilizations. They got to go tab Africa. They got to go tab somewhere in Asia, but Africa is the place. Just tad up. It's like that's just a museum. They want it to be just a continent as a museum and a place they can go hunt on safaris and shit. That's serious fucking business. But they ain't doing that here in America. No, let's dig around in America and see what we find. That's why they banning all that in their military base. We look at that. That's why military bases everywhere. So yes, we'll be digging on those sites and finding shit. Because if we want to find out about history, we should be digging around in America. They won't have that.
Asagi, not knowing that, and not knowing the symbolism of the jaguar, the panther, the Americas.
To examine closely at leisure all the pieces in that collection. It is a priceless collection, and many of you have raised the question which must be pursued: what will happen when von Wuthenau, who is now 84, dies? What will happen to a collection which is of tremendous significance for us, blacks throughout the third world? Because the likelihood is, as has happened in previous centuries, the likelihood is that all of these marvelous pieces which we have seen, and which we have not yet had time to photograph completely and to preserve, may disappear. Von Wuthenau has, in addition to these little sculptures, he has a catalog of everything he has. Brilliant photographs taken by several professionals over the years.
He is apparently the director of the dancing group. And this is a man, and his features are Totonac. They're not Negroid, but they paint them with chapapote, so it is a warrior who is black. That is also an atavismo because they knew that the Olmecs were black.
You're saying that the Olmec people themselves were black?
No, well, this one certainly was black. You see, you can't see. And here is the proof for it. It's one of the best proofs I have. This is a figure made that is between the Olmecan period and the Totonacan period, transition period. And this is an Olmec sculpture. And to be black, they covered it with tar. You see, it's a stone head, but it's covered with this tar. So not only the features and the thick lips come out primitive, but it is made black. This piece was put on the cover of Revista in Mexico in March, and shows you that another colossal Olmec head was found in Mexico, which has not been, in my opinion, I don't know where it is. It's never exhibited.
Okay. And with this, because I told you, when you talk to people who say they're Mexican, a lot of people in South America, especially Mexico, about their culture, because they say we didn't have no culture, and I laugh at that. Their culture, they're going to go back to the Mayans and the Aztec, because they've been taught to do that. They've been taught to do that. And that was a historical mistake, because then we're going to find out, no, those are Negroid, and we don't even have to say African features. Those are Negroid, I'll just use that word, features. So that was a Negroid culture, which gave birth to what is now known as Mexico and the Mexican culture. And that's just a historical fact. And ain't no getting over that. That ain't us claiming people shit. No, that's us telling the truth.
I wonder if they really have excavated
They
it.
trying to colonize
Of course, you see these, there is the item that the people in Tabasco, that Tabasco is one of the provinces here. I mean, one of the states, the state just as Louisiana is a state. And the people in Tabasco don't want it to disappear from their place to Mexico City. And there are frictions between the Instituto de Antropología and the state, you see. And that's why I don't know if they've done in the state something.
I want to go back to my boy UBTV because he's the first person I seen talk about this. That's how I knew their ass was in trouble, and I was gonna use it to debate them punk ass gangmen was out there acting like California used to belong to them in culture, and they claiming Aztec and all this different type of shit. They have no idea about their own history, but they quick to tell black people we don't know our history, we don't know where they come from. That was a mistake. Because now we know y'all absolutely don't have no idea where y'all came from, and y'all clinging to a culture, y'all clinging to civilizations that was founded by us. This type of shit gonna hurt. Civilization. That's just a fact. Everybody got to get over it. If you built the civilization, you used our techniques. You used our mathematics. You know, you built our irrigation techniques. You used our farming techniques. You used our agriculture techniques. That's just historical fact. We're just proving it in Asia when we get into the Black Asians who founded China, Japan, Mongolia. We looked at that. Korea. We looked at that. The Europeans. We know all about that. But this was the icing on the cake, because this was the one they didn't want us to ever look into and know, because it just made perfect sense. The Mayans disappeared. The Aztecs disappeared. Yeah, I know those great native indigenous groups disappeared into slavery and was lynched and beat. They went nowhere but into the bosom of the motherfucking invaders. That's where they went. But the evidence is still here, and their ass got blood on their hands.
The whitewashing of American history has been an ongoing process for centuries, presumably since the inception of colonialism. Hordes of certified charlatans have fought endlessly to bury the ugly Black truth. Even today, several institutions are built upon layers of deceptive historical fuckery. The foundation of this deceptive historical fuckery is the fallacious idea that all so-called Black people or Negroes were brought to the Americas from Africa. They want you to think that every Negro that has ever been on the continent was brought as a slave from Africa. And America was virtually uninhabited unless you count the small bands of Siberian savages who apparently walked across the world through the snow to discover a vast land unoccupied by one single person.
Yeah, right. They want you to believe them.
Imagine how silly that sounds. Yet these foolish facts are taught in schools and taken as true. Our job is to burn the veil that blinds the public and stand confidently on the truth, giving insight to those blinded by the deceptive fuckery. The books were cooked long before the Lambda Calderon put the Mayan manuscripts on the burner. But now we finna write our own book and cook they ass. The unseasoned processed recipes of the calcified con artist only resemble food to those with the taste buds of toddlers. Those of us with a more refined palate require actual food to sustain our hunger. Expecting the food being cooked by these charlatan chefs at these universities and institutions to be of any quality is like expecting Kamala Harris not to say anything stupid.
Unburdened by what has been.
Some things are inevitable. That's why we just cook at home, because we are tired of eating their bullshit.
I do think of bacon as a spice. I do think of bacon as a spice.
I do think of bacon as a spice.
A heaping pile of bullshit lies, not just about history, but about culture, race, and creation. In this episode, we investigate the lies surrounding the Omech and Maya civilizations, their connection to Egypt, and uncover the true race of the Mayan.
Wait, this gonna hurt. This really hurt.
Let this fact be initially noted. No accredited academic institution will allow any deviation from their accepted narrative of the status quo. A quote ironically attributed to Napoleon: history is a set of agreed upon lies. But whose agreement are these lies upon? Who has the authority to say, this is what happened? Who owns the copyright to world history? As we continue to poke holes in their script, we can clearly see their writers are not to be trusted. Well, they can be trusted to do what they do. And what do?
Why you always lying? Oh my God.
They lie.
Full of fresh South Carolina collard greens.
One of the biggest, if not the biggest lies they created is the lie of race. It is not what we have been taught. First, they'll tell you there were no black people or Negroes in America, but when faced with evidence to the contrary, they scramble to create new theories. Then they'll say, regardless of this, the Siberians were here first. But anyone who's been studying this history long enough knows that the oldest art anywhere in the Americas, North, Central, or South America depicting its people or inhabitants were by and large depictions of Negroes, aka black people, purposely miscategorized as Africans. But this isn't just an argument about race, but rather an exhibition of erroneous behavior by the powers that be, and the falsification of race in the academic setting as a key component of that erroneous behavior. And that erroneous behavior is indicative of a larger conspiracy to hide the truth and falsify history. This video will focus on the areas once occupied by the Olmec and Maya, more specifically, Veracruz, Mexico, the Yucatan Peninsula, Belize, the Guatemalan highlands and lowlands, and El Salvador. as opposed to the Aztec, Mexica, Toltec occupied territories that we highlighted during the Anubis episode. Most Mesoamerican historians and scholars will tell you that there's no real relationship or connection between the Maya and Aztec.
Those are lies.
The accepted chronological record leads most to believe the Olmec and Maya were settled long before the Aztec are said to have arrived in the Central Valley of Mexico from their assumed migration from the north. The origins of the Olmec and Maya are more mysterious. Unlike the legends of Aztlan, no one knows exactly where they came from or where they went. Why is it that these so-called historians say there's no connection between the Aztec and Maya? Why are they trying so hard to dispel this connection? They are closer to each other than Miami and Jacksonville, and coexisted during the same time, at least from the beginning of the Aztec, which they say is around the 1300s, until the fall of the Maya in the late 1600s. But let the charlatans tell you, they've never even seen or heard of each other, much less had any real relationship. How plausible is that? But we're not here to point out holes in this more than unlikely assertion necessarily, but rather highlight this no contact, no relationship fallacy as a template for the charlatan mode of operation moving forward. It would seem almost impossible for these two large civilizations to have coexisted separated by just a couple hundred miles and have no knowledge of each other. But hey, that's what the charlatans say. It seems even more impossible considering the vast expanse of the Maya influence. In the Hidden Hand episode, we demonstrated that there were even connections between the Maya and the pudding-faced niggas of the Midwest, as well as other artifacts found in the southeastern United States that were visibly exhibiting Maya and other Mesoamerican characteristics.
Negroid kingdoms.
Be all this as it may, in this installment, we concentrate on the Maya and to a lesser extent the Olmec to uncover the lies surrounding the narratives of the ancient Yucatan and Central America.
And you deal with it.
All they had to do was stop trying to be white. Honor the father and the mother. This wouldn't have to happen.
They can't stop. Next. Nah. They can't stop. Yeah. We ain't build no.
It's like the small hats, so-called Hebrew Jews. You have people who've they're lying to their kids, raising their kids up to think they're somebody that they're not, and they're just gonna crash at one point when they find the truth out. They have no idea, but the world been looking at us like we was the orphans, but it was purposely meant to be that way. Like we was a people without a land. We were wanderers. Nobody wanted us. We don't even know, slavery. We were sold into slavery. These people have no fucking idea. Yeah, they boule class know, but just as a society, they have no fucking idea who they are. They've been claiming other people's shit. Then they say we the ones doing that. That's because they're going through psychological drama. Anybody who pay attention know the truth is the truth. This is really devastating. Now all of take your country back. What the hell are you talking about? You were a colonizer in this land. You done the work of Whitey. Come on now.
Slave ship, we ain't make those anchors, we ain't plot those grave sites up since daylight. Word about the things we try to make right. It's gonna be a late night, so much turmoil makes my blood boil. Kundalini, encore, earth is sun broad, dirt is unsoiled. With one chord, tell a story that some spoil. Watch it unfold, stories untold, copyright unsold. Books with one spine, ghosts with one soul. They want control, you want control. We share one goal, we fight one foe. Set your front door. And it keeps knocking, but the people kept rocking, yeah. It keeps knocking, but the people kept rocking, yeah.
They run around a piece of stolen land. I know your ass stole it.
They can't stop.
This is stolen land. Yeah, your ass is part of the people who stole it. That's your indigenous. And some of them, you love. If you go back to your indigenous roots, then we'll embrace you. Thank you. You finally come home. But all that, you think you're Spaniard or anything outside of that, you still have a problem. You still ain't came further enough back to the fucking truth. That's what this live is all about. Honor the father and the mother. Your days that belonged on this earth. What do you know about the good book? You see, I don't want to hear about stolen land in California because we're gonna get to that too. I know your ass stole it from the indigenous black people that was there. What a joke.
Yeah. They can't stop us. No. They can't stop us. No. They can't stop us.
When studying the ancient remains from past civilizations, one of, if not the most consequential issues is attempting to establish chronology. Without a clear chain of documented writing or history, trying to nail down a specific period of time a civilization began and ended is nearly impossible. That was until the miracle of the charlatan sciences. The so-called experts have achieved the impossible. Their methods of radiocarbon dating are so accurate they can determine the birth date of a monkey man who lived 50,000 years ago. So a couple of old savage jungle pyramids is child's play. According to their expertise, the Maya just disappeared, vanished without a trace. That story sounds familiar.
Yeah, that was lies.
The charlatan hierarchy of Mayanist academics say that the Mayan Empire began to fall between the years 750 and 900, but also outlasted the Aztec Empire, which fell in the mid-1500s. The Maya are said to have lasted at least until the late 1600s. According to the experts, the construction dates of Mayan complexes were engraved in hieroglyphics within the walls of the complex. The linguists who deciphered the writings gathered through their research that the last complexes to be constructed were around the 900s. So not only do these top experts have the technology to date back millions of years, like with the Grand Canyon, they also possess the linguistic and hieroglyphic proficiency to resurrect a dead script and language with absolute exactness. What can't these people do? Other than tell the truth, of course. Well, they can't date any stone tools, metal objects, or human-made pottery. They can only date organic matter, such as plants, trees, or animal or human skeletal remains. When they do attempt to carbon date pottery or some implement made by a human, they look for any organic matter in the vicinity, date that organic matter instead, then attribute the date of that organic matter to the object. So if you find an ancient chicken bone in a bowl, the bowl might as well be the chicken bone. Seems legit. No need to mention the numerous inaccuracies radiocarbon dating is guilty of producing. You can test that chicken bone 463 times. We just needed to come back 300 BC because I already told the Smithsonian that the bowl, that the bowl was 2,000 years old. Plus that little 300-year buffer off the chain. It'll make it look more legit. You feel me? As claimed by their dating sources, the earliest Mayan settlements sprang up around 1500 BC in a time they call their pre-classic era, which lasted roughly until the year 250 when they supposedly entered their climax during the classic era from 250 to 900. After 900, they call the post-classic era. Those same dating sources say the Omechs rose up around the year 1200, and yet somehow historians say the Omech are the mother culture for all other Mesoamerican civilizations, including the Aztec and Maya, although they allegedly had no contact. The Omech occupied the Mexican state of Veracruz, apparently at the same time as the Maya, lived in the neighboring Yucatan, and just like the Maya, no one knows what happened to them. They weren't even discovered by the charlatans until 1850, which was far too late in the academic game to fabricate an Olmec post-colonial slave narrative. Now, as the charlatans put it, if the Olmec are supposed to be the mother culture of Mesoamerica, shouldn't that mean that they were the first people to occupy that land? And if that's the case, does that mean that they're saying that this part of the world was completely unoccupied until 1500 BC? They paint themselves into a fine corner with all of this totally legit scientific information. Their precision impeccable, their ethics invisible. What would happen if one were to discover or ruin in Olmec or Maya territory that would predate 1500 BC? Then what? Does the entire timeline all of a sudden change? And if it changes, what good was your chronological bullshit to begin with? It's good for dating organic material, apparently. So take corn, for example, in which they claim it can be accurately dated, as maintained by their dating sciences. Corn was first domesticated and harvested on large scale in Mexico 9,000 to 10,000 years ago. But who were the people harvesting the corn? Couldn't have been the Aztec. They weren't even a thing yet. Couldn't have been the Maya or the Olmec. They weren't a thing yet either. So who? Oh, that's right. It was the Siberians. Man, those darn Tartarians. The backbone of any good science argument should always begin with the monkey man cave migration. They brought their Siberian corn seeds across that ice. My bad. They discovered corn and America, then crossbred that corn with other plants to create the corn we know today. Man, pretty impressive for a people who never ate vegetables, nor had any history of agriculture. Considering the genome home of a brand named Native American is the cold, arid tundra of Mongolo Field, it should be no surprise that their diet mostly consisted of fish and other sea creatures, as well as a few sprigs of wild foliage, because the lands from which they ancestrally descend are agriculturally unfit to produce anything. That was till they crossed that ice, boy, and went to a place no one had ever been, an entire continent devoid of any person throughout the history of time. And they got that corn popping, boy. And then after they got that corn popping, boy, they was like, hey, man, let's go bang out some pyramids and shit, dog. But before we do that, let's go make some big-ass statues of some niggers to throw everybody off in 5,000 years. Shit will be hilarious.
This is in northern Guatemala, actually taken from the top of one of the higher pyramids at Tikal, and it's a tropical monsoon forest here. That's the original vegetation of the Maya lowlands. However, we do know from pollen studies that have been made by the palynologists that, in fact, this forest is a regrowth, that the Maya had most of it cut down, as a matter of fact, towards the end of the classic period due to their agricultural practices. But essentially, before humans came into this is what this area looked like.
Freudian slip. He meant to say, before my European brethren.
To my folk.
They're white man.
Before humans came into this is what this area looked like. It's a tropical forest civilization that arose there. Now, in that kind of environment, to make a living Of course, these people are maize, corn agriculturalists, maize, beans, squash, chili peppers, and a host of other domesticates, but essentially maize farmers. Within the last 20 years or so, we have come to know from aerial surveys and on-the-ground checking of this, and even through a certain amount of radar survey using side-looking airborne radar, that there is another form of cultivation which was highly intensive in the swampy, low-lying areas, which are very extensive in the Maya region. They cut what are basically ditches and canals, sort of the way the land of Holland was rescued, or the fens of eastern England, through drainage, leaving rectangular plots which are continuously wet, and using the mud from the ditches to basically fertilize these plots. And this is a highly intensive form of agriculture that was practiced in not really over the whole Maya area, but in certain important places. So they could probably support a lot more people than we gave them credit for, let's say 50 years ago, when we thought slash and burn cultivation was the only kind. There were very, very high populations. We know, I won't go into this here now, but there's excellent evidence from archaeological survey that the populations in the Maya area were tremendous. There were millions of people living in that area that by, let's say, 1000 AD probably had only a few thousand.
Here we go. Yeah. Okay, friends. I want to jump to the map here. And what I want us to do is get a good idea of the geography of my territory. So the first thing I want us to do is zoom out and get a big picture of the Americas, right? South America, you got North America there. Now, the thing that I want us to pay attention to, all right? Thing I want us to pay attention to now are the continental divides, all right? Particularly, in this case, particularly the Great Western Divide. All right, now the Great Western Divide is all the way down at the tip of the Andes down there in South America, going all the way up through the entire continent of South America, through Central America, through Mexico, on up through the Rockies. By God, if it don't end up there at the dang Eastern Siberian Sea. Possibly the Bering Strait, depending on the line of delineation. So, of course, on the eastern side of the Andes down there in South America, everything's going to flow into the Atlantic, and everything to the west flows into the Pacific. And that's why you see there in Peru and Chile, you see the land, how it's a little dry down there, all the desert and all that right there. Like right there at the edge of Lima to the south, all right? Now, you see that mountain range goes all the way up to Ecuador, Colombia, Panama, Costa Rica, Nicaragua, Guatemala, and, of course, Mexico, all right? The majority of the lands that were occupied by the Maya were on the east of this divide in the lowlands, all right? That's where the lands is low, okay? They primarily inhabited the Yucatan, however, their civilizations or their footprints go all the way down to El Salvador. Now, the southern extent of the Mayan Empire, according to the top Mayanist historians, the southern extent heads down to El Salvador. It doesn't even go into Nicaragua. So they say no Mayan sites have been found thus far into Nicaragua. Now, you can consume that with all the Morton you'd like, all right? Just watch out for the high blood pressure, friends. And I want to draw attention to two sites down there in El Salvador, the most southern extent of the Maya footprint. One of these sites is called Casablanca. The other one's called Carasucia. Now, at this Carasucia site, there was actually an artifact found that looks nothing like an Egyptian artifact. You look at this son of a bitch here. All right? It's not an Anubis. It's not no kind of dog you ever seen. Got nothing to do with nothing, all right? We're going to keep it moving. Now, the Casablanca site is a site that they say is part of the Maya civilization, although they do say it has characteristics of Aztec or Huastec influence, okay? Nothing past that old Coco River down there in Nicaragua, the little border down there between Honduras and Nicaragua's. We won't travel north, all right? So, according to the historians, the most northern extent of the Omech / Maya civilization. So, now, as I was explaining the extent of the southern Maya empire, that doesn't necessarily correlate with the old Omechs, the rubber band mans up there in the northern part, okay? So I'm saying all that to say that the Omechs, there's right there in that little elbow down there, the Yucatan, okay? Now, the most northern extent of the Omech / Maya influence was probably El Tayin, all right? That's a nice old pyramid up there, okay? Now, the experts say that El Tayin also has a little bit of that Aztec influence, a little Huastec, feel me? So, we it's kind of like a hybrid. The further out you go, the more stuff gets hybrided. That's it's probably a genetic thing, too. We're going to keep it moving, all right? It's probably a genetic thing. Now, right here in this little Yucatan elbow, that's where the Omechs was doing their thing, boy. All right? There's quite a few Omech sites, all right? You got plenty of Omech sites over here, with more big heads and more big lip bastards. You got him with the hard P, that Trays Zapote, out this son bitch. You feel me? Now, look at that boy face right there. You got that old Siberian face, man. You got them Tartarian lips there, boy. You got that yak fade, boy. Look at some bitch right there. Looking like a straight Tartarian, Siberian. Looking like he walked across the barren straight barefoot, boy. Look at that boy. Yeah, man. Tartarian, if I ever seen it. Because, obviously, he got that barren straight face. That Tartarian taper. That Siberian shape up. I can't think of no more. You got the Inuit perm. You got that Falkland fade. I don't know where the I don't think that's not right. You got that Aryan afro. All right, I guess there's nothing here. Oh, there's something there. I can't find it, and it's making me mad. They say they're ball players, but maybe that ball's ping pong ball. Ping pong player. Yeah. Those ball courts, they were ping pong courts. I bet you up on there help he got a damn flamenco fade. This some bitch gotta let it line up. The Moscow mullet. There's some other heads out there. You got the La Ventas, right? You got the dang La Venta heads over there. You got the San Lorenzis over there. I don't know much about anything, but there was some old big lip bastards over there on the Veracruz coast, and they was most likely Siberians. Let's keep it 100, boy. What them boys say? Let's keep it 100. That's all I'm talking about. Let's keep it 100. Now, they ain't got the nice face on now. That's them rubber band mans, boy. They say they ball players, boy. You know what I'm saying? They're them Siberian, they're the Huskies. Team name, they're the Huskies, man. Ping pong player. Since they say that the Omechs there, they kind of like the mother civilization. They just say everything kind of broke off from them, right? Now, the Yucatan is an interesting place, right? I don't know if you ever heard the little thing in school where they said that big asteroid hit the Yucatan, right? And when that son bitch hit the Yucatan, the whole dang dinosaurs just died out, just flopped, just gone. Hey, it was it right there. This the spot right here. By God, Yucatan. All right? Flamed all them dinosaurs up. Stinked in a mug out this mug, boy. Can you believe that? We're not here to talk about your belief in dinosaurs. We're not talking about that, all right? We're not. I can't talk about that right now. But the Yucatan, like I was saying, that big old asteroid hit the dang edge up there in Merida, up there about where they make that bread at. You feel me? up there in the dang North Yucatan out there, you know what I'm talking about, out there at the neck, you know what I'm talking about, out there at the neck. Now once that thing hit, it switched up. Now it changed the whole land, boy. The whole land, you know, that's how come they got all them reserves out there. They say that the Yucatan is probably one of the most biodiverse places there is. Got a whole bunch of new wildlife out there. That's after, you know, all the old wildlife died right there. Right? It's the spot of the dinosaur apocalypse. The dinosaurs died I wonder if Yucatan means dead dinosaurs. Dinosaur apocalypse, or the end of the dinosaurs. Anyway, they say that Yucatan is one of the most biodiverse places on Earth. All right, they got all kinds of turtles and birds and all kinds of whatnot. The majority of the land out there is limestone. It's that old salt stuff. They got sinkholes and everything. They ain't really got many rivers, okay, but they got them underground rivers, okay, because what them sinkholes do is create a bunch of underground cave systems, all right, a bunch of sinkholes and caverns out there in the Yucatan, boy. And this is where the Mayans was. Now, they was out there with them caverns and sinkholes. They was wilding, you feel me? So you got plenty of sites over there, man. You can see the vicinity between them and the Omechs, and of course, you can also see the vicinity between them and the Aztecs, although they say they ain't had much contact with one another. You can believe that if you want to, you feel me? You know what I'm saying? So out there in the Yucatan, you know, right adjacent to that little elbow out there, you out there at the neck, right? You got several mine sites, man. I mean, come on now. You got Palenque, you got Piedras Negras, you got Pomona, you got Etna, you know what I'm talking about? You got Uxmal, you got Mayapan, man. You got dang Chichen Itza, boy. You got Tulum, boy. You got Tulum out there, boy. Quirigara, you got Copan out there, boy. Now, this is where the majority of the Mayans was kicking it now. They was out there in the damn Yucatan kicking it, all right? I think one of the more interesting things about this whole Maya thing, as you can take a look at their geography, is that they had access to two oceans, all right? They had access to the Atlantic. There's out there in the Gulf, right? And then the western part of their empire had access to the Pacific. Now, at a time when everybody, especially the Europeans, was in the age of discovery and renaming things and claiming things, what thing was they trying to do? They was always looking for old Northwest Passage, trying to find a quick way to India, you know. Apparently they were looking for India, right? Well, whether you believe that or not, we all know that they was always looking for a shortcut. They was trying to cut through somewhere to try to get to the other side of the world. You talk about influence, you being able to travel the world within your own borders without having to circumvent an entire continent, let's say. Wasn't no Panama Canal, boy, at this time. The Panama Canal was Maya territory. I'm just saying all that to say this. By God, that's my geography right there. Learn something, boy. Learn something, boy.
So this first contact with Maya urban spaces came in the 19th century. This is very, very late in order to discover a lost civilization. It had really been buried away in the jungle with very, very little news reaching the outside world until the first few decades of the 19th century. Then you have explorers who are penetrating into the forest. They're following up on rumors of places that they should visit. And in this case, before photography, they're doing lithographs and drawings and taking molds and generally coming back to the Western world and announcing these amazing things left in the forest. And we go up now to the end of the 19th century because this is Tikal as well, excavated as certainly as trees cut down by Alfred Maudsley. And this is a period when really we don't know very much about Maya society or civilization at all. This is still the very, very beginnings of our understanding.
They will have to acknowledge the truth. They want to talk about people's
Quote,
land and stolen land.
Maya, The Riddle and Rediscovery of a Lost Civilization by Charles Gallenkamp. Shout out to Harry Hubbard. He actually gave me this book a while back. John Lloyd Stephens is considered the father of Maya archaeology. So we're going to jump ahead to page 45 in this book. Quote, as early as 1840, John Lloyd Stephens stated in his book, Incidents of Travel in Central America, Chiapas, and Yucatan, that the ruins he had explored were those of an indigenous civilization, which developed apart from any outside influences. He categorically ruled out the principal sources of foreign inspiration from which Maya culture might have sprung. I set out with the proposition that they were not cyclopean, he wrote, and do not resemble the works of Greek or Roman. There was nothing in Europe like them. So far as Asia was concerned, Stephens found little evidence for serious comparisons. He saw no similarity between Maya buildings and those of ancient China or Japan. And he emphasized the complete absence in Mexico and Central America of the artificially excavated caves and rock chambers typical of Buddhist and Hindu temples. Stephens then challenged the premises on which Maya and Egyptian architecture were so often equated, particularly the occurrence of pyramids in both regions. The pyramidal form, he observed, is one which suggests itself to human intelligence in every country as the simplest and surest mode of erecting a high structure upon a solid foundation. It cannot be regarded as a ground for assigning a common origin to all people among whose structures of that character are found, unless the similarity is preserved in its most striking features. Egyptian pyramids, he pointed out, were characteristically uniform in design and intended solely as burial places. By contrast, those in America varied greatly in form and were constructed primarily to support temples or shrines on their summits. With regard to other types of structures, Stephens noted that massive columns, a distinguishing feature of Egyptian architecture, were absent in Mayan ruins, nor do they exhibit the dromos, avenue of approach, the pronaos, porch or vestibule, or the adytum, inner sanctum, usually found in Egyptian temples. He cited marked differences in comparative methods of construction and decorative embellishment, and the relatively small stones used by the Maya were, in Stephens' words, scarcely worthy of being laid in the walls of an Egyptian temple. He's basically saying that Maya temples were built out of shit, and those huge granite slabs that are used in temples.
Revolutionary salute to our brother James White for the donation to the war chest. Revolution is way of life. Absolutely appreciate the love, family. Salute to y'all.
In Egypt are superior in quality. Furthermore, he conceded only the most superficial resemblances between the sculpture of the two areas. If there be any at all, he declared, it is only that the figures are in profile.
Now,
and this is
once again, the only reason we putting belt to ass today is because people been claiming other people's culture, saying we don't have a culture, saying we don't know where we came from. A lot of people have said that, like we orphans. Why did they make us do it? Talking about the colonizers is on stolen land, why they colonized and stole our land. We didn't want to do this, but a lot of people been getting beside themselves the last couple of days, acting very aggressive. So you want to re-enlighten people on, you don't know your history, you don't know who you are. Honor the father and mother, and your days be longer on this earth. This shit is biblical. So, yesterday, we seen white guy, Mexican guy arguing one another, and both of them was lying about all kind of shit. White guy talking about inventions his people never created. We did. Mexican guy talking about culture that his people did not create, specifically the Mayans, the Aztec. I said, oh, Lord, let's just clear this up. If that's what y'all going to do, if that's what you're going to fall back to, then I have to take that from you and let you know where you don't know where the fuck you came from, because you definitely did not found the cultures of Maya and Aztec that come from us too.
Equally true of all good sculpture and bas relief. Exploding as they did in the midst of overwhelming opinion to the contrary, Stephens' speculations were as daring as they were prophetic. In refuting the assumption that Maya civilization stemmed from Indo-European sources of inspiration, he had advanced a revolutionary hypothesis now greatly accepted by archaeologists. The works of these people, he insisted, are different from the works of any other known people. They are of a new order and entirely and absolutely anomalous. They stand alone. End quote. When the Maya ruins were first discovered, they do not look like they do right now. Most of them resembled a mound or a hill of dirt that had been massively overgrown by the forest. All of these monuments have been restored. That means that historians and archaeologists and some architects have used their creative license to rebuild these monuments. So what you're seeing is a result of what they think these monuments look like. And that goes for much of the stele as well. When you're seeing these depictions, many of them have been restored by artists. So even the stele that may look really ornate or intricate, many of these stele have been repurposed and restored. Remember Brigitto Lara, the man who forged over 40,000 Mesoamerican artifacts. Many of these artifacts were whitewashed. He basically remade the face of Veracruz through his art. So when you're seeing some of these depictions, understand what's going on here. Brigitto Lara was faking artifacts, and the archaeologists were dating it in the correct period. They were dated between 200 and 600 AD perfectly. But he just faked it in 1973. What are we talking about? Use your brain, man. Be careful of the more than perfect depictions. So, of course, these people have been accused of whitewashing the early stele. They've been accused of whitewashing the early lithographs and photographs, and or doing the same thing Napoleon was accused of, like breaking the mouths and the lips and the noses off Mayan artifacts. That's why so many of them don't have lips and noses. Everything else is perfect, but the lip and the nose, it's gone. Now, let's restore it. This is what it would have looked like. You think these guys are going to record these ancient civilizations purely out of intellectual curiosity? But they are funded by whom? Brigitto Lara was such a good forger, he forged his way out of prison. Hey, man, you've got all these stolen antiquities. Nah, man, those are fake. Watch this. Do. Here you go. Holy shit. As many Mayan archaeologists believe, there are thousands more of these monuments and pyramids lost in the Yucatan forest yet to be discovered. When these monuments were discovered, they were overgrown by the forest. So what you're seeing now is a result of restoration. When these monuments were first discovered, many of them resembled the mounds of the Mississippians. So just in case you're wondering what's under those mounds in North America, chances are it's something that resembles one of these pyramid complexes. Quote, page 47, quote, "It perhaps destroys much of the interest that hangs over these ruins to assign them to a modern day. But if we live in an age whose spirit is to disregard fanaticisms and arrive at truth, and in the interest lost in one particular is applied in another scarcely inferior, for the nearer we can bring the builders of these cities to our own times, the greater is our chance of knowing all. Throughout the country, the converts are rich in manuscripts and documents written by the early fathers, the caciques and Indians, who very soon acquired the knowledge of Spanish and the art of writing. These have never been examined with the slightest reference to this subject, and I could not help thinking that some precious memorial is now moldering in the library of a neighboring convent, which would determine the history of some of these ruined cities. Moreover, I could not help believing that the tablets of hieroglyphs will yet be read. No strong curiosity has hitherto been directed to them. For centuries, the hieroglyphics of Egypt were inscrutable, and though not perhaps in our day, I feel persuaded that a key surer than that of the Rosetta Stone will be discovered. Remember, the Rosetta Stone is the only reason they know Egyptian. It was the perfect finding, almost too perfect. For any archaeologist or for anyone who studies ancient languages, the Rosetta Stone was the perfect find. You couldn't have asked for a more perfect find. And if only 3 centuries have elapsed since any of these unknown cities was inhabited, the race of the inhabitants is not extinct. Their descendants are still in the land, scattered, perhaps and retired, like our own Indians, into the wildernesses, which have never been penetrated by a white man. End quote. That quote is from John Lloyd Stevens, the father of Maya archaeology. He says possibly the descendants of the Maya still live in the wilderness, which has not been penetrated by the white man. Let's take a look at some of these descendants who still live in the Mayan wilderness. When you look at the Central American, or you look at what they call the indigenous South American, or even the indigenous Mexican, or even the people who they call Maya right now. And of course, if you're talking about a Native American, you'll notice that there is a myriad of these Asian genetic characteristics. The thing that always gets overlooked when these geneticists try to make these postulations about these certain Asian populations, and I'm not just talking about the Siberian population. All of these people can claim an ancestry by way of Siberia, but specifically when we're talking about these so-called indigenous populations in the Americas who have these Asian phenotypes, most of these phenotypes that you're seeing, especially in Central and South America, is a South Asian phenotype. So we always hear about the Spanish colonizing the Americas. We hear about them colonizing Mexico in the early 1500s and 1492. Well, in 1565, they were already running the galleons in the Philippines. Not only did they control both sides of Maya territory, they controlled the Atlantic and they controlled the Pacific, or their families controlled the Atlantic and the Pacific, in terms of being able to trade and ship freely. Charlatan's Web quote, Asian Mexicans, to jump down just below the colonial era. However, regular immigration did not begin until 1565 with the establishment of the Manila-Acapulco galleon, which economically linked Asia, the Americas, and Europe. During those 2.5 centuries, many Filipinos, Mexicans, and others sailed from Mexico and the Philippines. Mexicans as soldiers, governors, and sailors, and Filipinos as slaves, prisoners, and crew. Okay, so we're talking about really an intercontinental exchange of people. And of course, there's going to be some mingling going on, right? On these voyages, thousands of Asian individuals, mostly males, were brought to Mexico as slaves and were called chinos, or Indios chinos, which meant Chinese and Indian respectively. although in reality they were of diverse origins, mostly Filipino, but also including slaves brought from the Portuguese or captured through war, like Moros, Muslim Filipinos, Malays, Javanese, Bengalis, and other ethnic groups in smaller numbers, such as Japanese, Chinese, Sinhalese, Cambodians, Koreans, and Timorese. So continuing, during the early period of Spanish colonization of the Philippines, Spaniards took advantage of the indigenous alipin, the bonded serf system in the Philippines, to circumvent the leyes de las Indias, the laws of the Indies, and acquire Filipino slaves for the voyage back to New Spain. Though the numbers are unknown, of course they're unknown, and you should hear some of these estimates. Though the numbers are unknown, it was so prevalent that slaves brought on ships were restricted to one per person, except for persons of rank, in the laws regarding navigation and commerce, to avoid exhausting ship provisions. They were also taxed heavily upon arrival in Acapulco in an effort to reduce slave traffic. Traffic in Filipino women as slaves, servants, and mistresses of government officials, crew, and passengers also caused scandals in the 17th century. Women comprised of about 20% of the migrants from the Philippines. What this is really saying that they were bringing Filipino women here since the late 1500s. And a primary purpose of these Filipino women were to act as mistresses for government officials. And what happens when a woman is a mistress for anyone? They usually end up having children out of wedlock. These Filipinos, some were slaves, some were indentured servants, some were mercenaries. They played an important role in the class system. And of course, at this time in colonialism, the class system is based off colorism. And so what you're really seeing with these people is a combination of genetics. And the European or even Spanish genetic marker is a misnomer because there was a portion of their genetic ancestry that was North African. Filipinos were also pressed into service as sailors. Due to the native maritime culture of the Philippine Islands, by 1619, the crew of Manila galleons were composed mostly of native sailors. So Filipinos were actually sailing ships for the Spanish, under the Spanish flag, many of whom died during voyages due to harsh treatment and dangerous conditions. Many of the galleons were also old, overloaded, and poorly repaired. A law passed in 1608 restricted the gear of Filipino sailors. To rope and aceria, which consisted of a single pair of breeches, further causing great numbers of deaths. Hold on, what is fucking breeches? You mean breeches? Which consisted of a single pair of breeches, further causing a great number of deaths of Filipino sailors through exposure. These conditions prompted King Philip III to sign a law in 1620 forcing merchants to use proper clothing to native crews. During this period, many Filipino sailors deserted as soon as they reached Acapulco. Sebastian de Pineda, the captain of the galleon Espiritu Santo, complained to the king in 1619 that of the 75 Filipino crewmen aboard the ship, only 5 remained for the return voyage. The rest had deserted. These sailors settled in Mexico and married locals, even though some may have previously been married in the Philippines, particularly since they were also in high demand by wine merchants in Khalifa for their skills in the production of tuba or palm wine.
I'm just in
The estimate of the number of Asian immigrants during the colonial era ranged from 40,000 to 120,000. It's actually a lot more than that. Way more than that. Way more than that. And you'll notice that this is where the citation ends. By comparison, during the colonial era, Mexico received about 500,000 Europeans and 250,000 Africans. Oh, really? Only 250,000 Africans throughout the entire colonial era. These early Asian individuals, the foundation of the Cuarta Raíz, I guess that's how you say that shit, are not very apparent in modern Mexico for a few reasons: relatively small numbers, racial mixing of colonial Mexico, and the common practice of Chinos slaves to pass as Indios in order to attain freedom, as had occurred with a large portion of Mexico's black population. Over generations, the Asian populace was absorbed into the general mestizo population. The indigenous people were legally protected from chattel slavery by being recognized as part of this group. Asian slaves would claim they were wrongly enslaved. See what's going on here? A notable case of free Asians working in an urban setting is the 1635 conflict between Chino and Spanish barbers in Mexico City. The legal case resulted in the expulsion of the Asians from the city center, limit on their numbers to 12, and prohibition on adopting Asian apprentices. Nonetheless, a 1667 document from Real Audiencia details the attempt to limit the more than 100 barbershops run by Asians without a license to 12. 100 Asian barbershops, okay? So the barbering trade, and we're talking about from 1667. Now, do you think these people here, this 100 Asian barbers in 1667, 100 Chino barbers, now they're called Chinos Indios. But are these people actually Indios? Are they actually indigenous to the land? If you were to look at the population of people today that they would call indigenous to these areas, who are they really descended from? Are they truly indigenous? Are they descended from the Filipinos, who some intermixed with Indians for generations? Continuing, some Chinos, especially Filipinos who were Spanish subjects, held certain rights not afforded to most indigenous people, Indios, such as carrying a sword, dagger, or riding on a horse.
Who this nigga up on that name?
So not only did these Chinos, aka Indios, Chinos, or Chinos Indios, the Chinese slaves who are actually from the Philippines, not only did they come in waves that really hasn't been documented, even though we see here that they try to put a blind estimate on those numbers. 80% of the Filipinos, as soon as they landed in Acapulco, deserted and never went back to the Philippines. Think about that. They were basically like, we're not getting back on that ship with the Spanish. So they deserted as soon as they landed in Acapulco and started intermingling with native women. And subsequently, in later years, because they were really vassals of the Spanish Empire and they were at war with the Indians, so they were still acting as mercenaries. They were still conducting trade on behalf of the Spanish hierarchy. These people were given rights not afforded to the Indians. And of course, we see here in the text that they try to intermingle the Indian and the Africans that were already there, but they weren't there. There were no Africans there. And we can see here that the number of Africans that actually got traded into Mexico is very small in comparison by their own numbers. So even these so-called Africans that came to Mexico were most likely from the islands. They were most likely captives from mainland America or possibly mainland South America and shipped to the islands and then shipped to Mexico, as opposed to it being an actual African. Especially during these early days, who were the slaves? They weren't bringing Africans here. The slaves were the Indians who were captured in war. And the Filipinos came over here as vassals for the Spaniards, as a buffer class. So this again is just to explain that there is a significant history of contact and migration between the Philippines and Mexico. That's why these so-called indigenous populations have South Asian phenotypes. What was the race of the Mayan? We all know that the ideas about race that we've been taught are a complete lie. Skin color is not a determining factor for the distinguishment of race, or more appropriately called genetic ancestry. The biggest fallacy in their template is the theory of evolution and the out of Africa theory, which asserts that humans evolved through millions of years of monkey sex that eventually led to the modern human. Of course, all this happened in Africa. Then these monkey people left out of Africa, traveled to the Caucasus Caves, had one huge orgy that created a ton of races. These new races spread across the world, in which the Siberian group left the caves, traveled through the Bering Strait to discover an entirely empty America. Since this theory is taken as a scientific truth, surely there's some evidence to back up this claim. So let's take a look at the oldest fully intact skeletons found in Maya territory to see how this theory holds up. So we're going to talk about the race, and we're going to look at this through the eyes of the charlatans, through their accepted methods of determining such things. It's interesting, the type of terminology they use. So the first thing that I want to do is we're just going to go to Charlatans Web. I'm sure there's no evidence that people possibly dispersed from the Americas. There's no history here. There's nothing here. There was nothing here till they got here. Notice anytime they describe the physical characteristics of an indigenous American, they always compare them to a Pacific Islander or a Melanesian. They actually are completely different people than the quote unquote African, although genetically they can just bring these people up to try to draw some physical connection. What do they look like? Melanesians. What do they look like? Australians. Do they? Are they? Well, they've got a Siberian ancestor and they look black, the same as Australians and Melanesians, so that must be where they're from. So now let's talk about Naya. So Naya was found off the coast of the Yucatan. And of course, the Yucatan being right there in Maya territory. So we have Naya, who was found near the Maya, except for the Maya didn't exist. Weren't even a thing at the time. And Naya, I'm sure, has no connection with the Maya. Naya is the name given to a 12 or 13,000 year old human skeleton of a teenage female who was found in the Yucatan Peninsula. At the time of Naya's death, the cave was mostly dry. She likely died falling into Hoyo Negro. The remains have been described as the oldest and most complete genetically intact human skeleton in the New World. So Naya, found off the coast of the Yucatan Peninsula,
that's why I don't want to look.
Apparently is a 13,000-year-old human skeleton found right in Maya territory. The remains have been described as the oldest, most complete, and genetically intact human skeleton in the New World. In the New World. Wow. Very old skeleton for the New World. So let's read some of their fuckery. We're just going to jump down here. We're still on Charlatans Web. Evidence from full genomic studies suggests that the first people in the Americans, both Paleo-Americans and later contemporary Native Americans, diverged from ancient Near East Asians about 36,000 years ago and expanded northwards into Siberia, where they encountered and interacted with a different Paleolithic Siberian population known as the ancient North Eurasians, giving rise to both Paleo-Siberian peoples and ancient Native Americans, which later migrated toward the Beringian region, became isolated from other populations, and subsequently populated the Americas. So what we have here is we have all the charlatans saying that the source population for the Americas was out of Siberia. How true is this? And notice every time they want to describe the physical characteristics of an ancient American, they always have to use Austro-Melanesian. They have to use South Pacific Islander. They have to use an Australian. The reason they do that is because no one was ever here. And you can resemble anything but an African. And for some reason, the only bodies they've ever found are Siberians, apparently. They have to use craniomorphology. And then what happens? It's like, oh, I don't know, man. This person kind of looks like they're black. All right. Let's test her again. We need a Siberian ancestor. She just needs to have 0.01% Siberian. Just a little. She just needs one Siberian ancestor. And for those who know me, and of course I do biblical studies, and if I'm saying that America is the ancient Holy Land, of course, America has been a melting pot of ethnicity since people. That's my argument. When I'm saying America is Egypt and I say America is the ancient Holy Land, that includes all the populations of the ancient Holy Land and all of their different ethnicities. America's Egypt is really America's Mitzrayim. America used to be Canaan. America's Philistia. America is Ashur. America is Assyria. America is Babylon. America is Israel. So it encompasses a lot more layers than just a single homogeneous race separated from everybody in the world, as opposed to the way people look at the other side of the world. And it was almost like Africa is the Garden of Eden for different species. Just in case you get lost in the sauce, America is the ancient Holy Land. When I say America is Egypt, I'm also saying America is Israel. America is Jerusalem, hidden in the thicket of the forest out west, in an area larger than Israel that no one can step foot in. You know, all of that Bureau of Land Management land that's out there, the majority of this land is unpopulated, uninhabited still. We live in cities. So when I'm saying America is the ancient Holy Land, understanding that there were different ethnicities even before the Canaanites went down and were taken over by the Israelites, and then the Israelites were taken down by the Greek, these histories can be shown throughout the ancient history of the Americas. That's my point, that there has never been just one single ethnicity on the continent. They impose these false doctrines to make their mechanisms work. These genetic charades of fuckery only prove that people had sex with people who may be of different bloodlines. If America is Egypt, obviously, so there's layers of fuckery going on here. And part of that layer of fuckery is saying that the indigenous American derived by their methods through the Bering Strait from Siberia. It's not just about the image of a population, it's about the history and identity of peoples. People are most identified from the land in which they descend and have descended from generations. Their argument is America is East Siberia, possibly West Siberia. So the study they're referencing, late Pleistocene human skeleton and mitochondrial link, Paleo-Americans and modern Native Americans. Oh, you see what they're doing here? A late Pleistocene human skeleton and mitochondrial DNA link Paleo-Americans with modern Native Americans. They're saying that this study in some way proves their theory. Quote, because the differences in craniofacial morphology and detonism between the earliest American skeletons and modern Native Americans, separate origins have been postulated for them, despite genetic evidence to the contrary. We describe a near complete human skeleton with an intact cranium and preserved DNA found with extinct fauna. Oh, they found it with fauna. So she might as well be as old as the fauna. This skeleton dates to between 13,000 and 12,000 calendar years ago and has Paleo-American craniofacial characteristics and a Beringian-derived mitochondrial DNA haplogroup D1. Thus, the differences between Paleo-Americans and Native Americans probably resulted from in situ evolution rather than separate ancestry. It was just like phases of evolution. What happened is, after Siberians have sex for so long, they fuck themselves into some niggas. If a Chinese nigga has sex with Chinese niggas, at some point those Chinese niggas turn black. And black people don't have to fuck nothing but black people. They'll end up looking Chinese. You know, that 0.01% or that 2% that you got, that's the majority of your DNA. Obviously, Siberians fuck themselves into niggas. Chihuahua fuck themselves. If a Chihuahua fucks another Chihuahua, at some point they'll be a wolf again. Quote, genetic studies of contemporary Native Americans and late prehistoric skeletal remains from the Americas have consistently supported the idea that Native Americans are descended from Siberian ancestors who moved into eastern Beringia between 26,000 and 18,000 years ago. They're so sure about this shit. Spreading southward into the Americas after 17,000 years before present, a complete genome analysis of the 12 to 6,000 years before present Aztec infant from Montana. Oh, they found a baby in Montana. And mitochondrial DNA from 14,000 years before present, coprolites from Paisley Caves in Oregon, and mitochondrial DNA from earlier remains from Nevada and Alaska support this hypothesis. Oh man, they found a baby in Montana, in Alaska, and you know they had some Siberian DNA in them, so you know that's where they're from. With Aztec linked to the Clovis culture and Paisley Caves to the west, STEM tradition, North America's two widespread early archaeological complexes, the genetic evidence for a Beringian origin of the earliest inhabitants of Western North America is compelling. Oh, it's compelling. They're Siberians. Well, they've got a Siberian marker. It appears as though they have a Siberian ancestor. This points to their Siberian origin. Were there any other ancestors? This was the study referenced, okay? This was the study referenced in Wikipedia. The ancestry of the earliest Americans is still debated. Still debated. Thought you guys knew everything. However, because the oldest skeletal remains from the Americas consistently failed to group morphometrically with modern Native Americans, Siberians, and other Northeast Asians, Paleo-Americans exhibit longer, narrower crania and smaller and shorter, more projecting faces than later Native Americans in nearly all cases. Let's read this. In nearly all cases, they are morphologically most similar to modern peoples of Africa. But still, right after this, the study hits you with the Austro-Melanesian caveat. But when this study was cited on Wikipedia, the word African was alleviated. In nearly all cases, they are morphologically most similar to modern peoples of Africa. And then it goes on to give you the Austro-Melanesian caveat. This is in reference to Naya, found in the Yucatan Peninsula. Now we come to the part of the episode most people have been waiting for. How does any of this relate to ancient Egypt? First and foremost, we're just going to skip over the part about pyramids for now. Because not only is it low-hanging fruit, it's also possibly the most superficial point in connecting ancient America to ancient Egypt. There are indeed pyramids in Europe and Asia. So just having pyramids itself doesn't create a strong enough point to hang an argument on. The most credible way to make these associations is cultural practice. What are the traditions among the Maya that parallel what we've been told about ancient Egypt? One point made in an earlier episode that can just as rightly be applied to the Maya, as well as the Egyptians, as well as the Mexica, the Toltec, the Udo, Aztec, and Nahuatl-speaking tribes of the Southwest, as well as the Mississippians, is the role of dogs in funerary traditions. Anubis, the dog-headed god from the Egyptian pantheon, according to Egyptian tradition, is the guide of the underworld and accompanies the soul after death. This tradition may never be more true than with the Maya, who sacrificed dogs as a common tradition of their burial rites. Charlatan's Web quote, Maya burials from the classic period are frequently found with associated animal remains, often dogs. For example, in the ruins of the classic Maya city of Camino Juyu, I guess that's how you say that shit, in Guatemala, a dog was found interred with a sitting skeleton, along with grave goods offered to the deceased. The frequent finds of dog skeletons in classic Maya burials confirms that the belief that dogs guided the souls of the departed on their journey into the underworld already existed at the time. Interesting, and not Egyptian at all. The dog is sometimes depicted carrying a torch in these surviving Maya codices, which may be a reference to the Maya tradition that the dog brought fire to mankind. In the post-classic Popol Vuh of the Quiche Maya of highland Guatemala, dogs and turkeys killed people of the Second Age in retaliation for the people beating them. The people who escaped this fate were transformed into monkeys. Sounds familiar? Jasher 9. Another account of Popol Vuh describes the hero twins. I want to stop here because now I'm reminded that some archaeologists think that some of these finds and some of these artifacts that were found in North America, in Mississippian territory, in Indian territory, they actually represent the hero twins. The same story being told through the Maya culture, but we all know there was no contact, right? Another account of Popol Vuh describes the hero twins sacrificing a dog that belonged to the lords of the underworld known as Jabalba. After the dog was dead, the hero twins brought it back to life. The lords were so impressed that they asked the twins to sacrifice and resurrect them. In the end, the hero twins sacrificed the lords of Zabalba and did not follow through on bringing them back to life. The story linked dogs with renewal in human life. Dogs are associated with death and may have the job of leading people into the underworld. They represent fire and are protectors of the earth, two components of Maya life. The belief already existed in Maya culture that dogs guided souls of the recently deceased into the underworld. Who does that sound like? Did more people practice this ritual in Egypt, or do you think more people practice this ritual in America? Because we already know that the population of the ancient world, the lie of there being no one here is already falling apart. And since the Egyptians were here much longer than the Maya, apparently, right? And there was no contact, no cross-Atlantic, no cross-continental contact ever. How did that practice come to be among the Maya? Here is a Mayan picture depicting, well, other than Siberians, this is a Mayan picture depicting a funeral procession. Do you notice anything peculiar about this picture and non-Egyptian at all? If you notice here, under the deceased person, there is some sort of animal. But right up under there is a dog. That doesn't look like anything from anywhere else. And it definitely wasn't first. Okay, this was more primitive yet later in time. Because, you know, these people they're primitive. You see their shitty monuments? They're terrible, right? They're nothing like the Egyptians. This dog here, that's actually not a dog. That's some sort of it's a aardvark. I don't know, but it's not a dog. And if it is a dog, it don't got nothing to do with Egypt, my nigga. I just want you to be clear on that. All right? It's a dead man and a dog in a procession, along with the legends of dogs guiding the souls to the underworld. Don't mean nothing, boy. Another parallel also mentioned in earlier episodes, but definitely should not be overlooked, is the presence of corn in Egyptian art. In the book Ancient Egyptian Maize, author Gunnar Thompson highlights hundreds of examples of corn in Egyptian art, but also Babylonian, Chinese, and Hindu, which we already emphasized in the America is India, episode 9. If there was never any contact between the Maya and Egypt, how do you suppose corn made it to Egypt, much less China, Babylon, and India? Their academically approved no contact theories are the historical stonewall between his story and his truth. And his story has been secretly manufactured by the hidden hand. Another parallel also mentioned is language. Augustus Le Plongeon, a man who spent over 12 years in the Yucatan, was one of the first people to use modern photography at Chichen Itza, one of the first people also to decipher Mayan hieroglyphics, and spoke the Yucatec Mayan language, asserted that 1/3 of the Mayan tongue is pure Greek. And of course, Greek was the language of Egypt after the days of Alexander, beginning around 300 BC. According to Gunnar Thompson, the author of Ancient Egyptian Maize, the ancient Egyptians' name for corn was maza. The pyramids of Egypt were thought to be tombs for the pharaohs, but no pharaoh was exhumed or found in any of the great pyramids of Egypt. Most of, if not all, royal Egyptian burials are situated in the Valley of the Kings, nearly 400 miles to the south of Giza. In contrast, Mayan pyramids were the location for generations of royal burials. Something thought to be an exclusively Egyptian practice is not even practiced in Egypt, but is practiced by the Mayans in a way ancient Egypt could never compare. It's also worth mentioning that just like Egyptian pharaohs, Maya royalty was buried in sarcophagi, the only difference being Maya royalty was buried in sarcophagi under pyramids. Something thought to be an exclusively Egyptian practice is not even practiced in Egypt, but is practiced by the Mayans in a way ancient Egypt could never compare. You may never find a pyramid in Egypt with a royal burial, but in Mexico, you may never find a royal burial without a pyramid. What else is hiding under these pyramids? A barbaric ingredient of Maya culture that cannot be overlooked. Also hiding under these structures are the bodies of sacrificed children. According to the archaeologists, it is said that the Maya practiced child sacrifice as a common occurrence in numerous rituals. Child sacrifice was also practiced on several occasions in the Old Testament by several ancient nations, including the Canaanites and the Israelites, especially in the earlier days. After the Assyrian deportation, it was later more closely linked with the Assyrians and Babylonians. According to 2 Kings chapter 17, the men of Babylon and other nations, including the Sepharvaim, made for themselves gods and made the lowest of the men high priests. And they served their gods and sacrificed their children in the high places. This practice of child sacrifice is more recently linked to Babylon following the Assyrian deportation rather than Egypt in any way at all. What happened to the Maya? Some people claim that the Maya never left and are the people still living in the old Maya-occupied territories. However, the most common theory is that they were wiped out by the Spanish, mostly due to disease. But is there any chance that some of the Maya could have relocated? There have been reports that stated that some of the Maya did relocate to Guatemala after the fall of the Mayan Empire. But is there a chance that the Maya could have relocated to the north end of the Gulf Coast, specifically around Louisiana, Alabama, Mississippi, or Florida? Because apparently there are some very strong cultural connections and even strong archaeological connections, especially at the Crystal River site in Florida, where Mayan hieroglyphics were found and a cache of other Mayan artifacts buried in a Temple Mound complex. This mound complex just happened to be constructed with a similar layout, design, and astronomical alignment to Venus as the Mayan complexes in the Yucatan. But this isn't where the connections end. Many of the places and names associated with Florida, Georgia, and to a lesser extent the Southeast are Itza Mayan in origin, especially cities, mountains, and rivers. The Itza Maya language was one of the last variations spoken during the fall of the Mayan Empire in the late 1600s. Itza Mayan words of places and names that may sound familiar are names like Tallahassee, Muskogee, Petiche, Okeechobee, Appalachie, Etowah, Catawba, Chickamauga, Tallulah. Any word with Hoochie or Hatchie is of Itza Mayan origin, meaning creek or shallow river. Rivers like the Tallahatchie, the Chattahoochee. Any river with a Hatchie or a Hoochie, or even a Coochie for that matter, is of Itza Mayan origin. Most of these terms were first mislabeled Muskogee Creek, but now after linguists slowly piece together the nearly extinct Itza Mayan language, the overwhelming consensus points to a Mesoamerican linguistic origin for the Muskogee Creek language family. Could this mean that some of the Maya left the Yucatan and relocated to the southeast United States after the fall of the Maya Empire? Or does it mean that the Maya originally inhabited the southeast United States and expanded or migrated into the Yucatan? There is a case for both. Remember in the Hidden Hand episode, we showed the connection between the Maya and the tribes as far north as the Pudd'nhead district in Indiana, while credibly showing the connection between the Maya and artifacts found in Georgia? This was all without using the benefit of language. But once you add the Hatchie Hoochie Coochie connection, it's an open and shut case, Johnson. Obviously, these niggers broke into this country and started putting statues and figurines of themselves everywhere. Let's sprinkle some crack on them and get out of here. And if the Hatchie Hoochie Coochie Usa Kusa connection isn't strong enough, the Indians of Florida were called Maya before they were called anything else, like Seminole, for example. Some of the first Florida Indians on record to come into contact with Europeans were called the Mayaka, who occupied the area around Lake Okeechobee. Another Mayan word, which was previously called Lake Mayaco. But probably the most significant and overlooked connection, sitting right under our nose, is the most popular city in the state of Florida, Miami. Miami, whose etymological prefix is Maya, was named after the Miami Indians of Florida. The Miami Indians were named after who? Hey man, UB. Now, you know some of them Mayans look Chinese, nigga. How you explain that? Listen, my nigga, it's never been my position that there were never any other types of ethnicities in America. On the contrary, if I say America is Egypt or the Holy Land, that implies several dozen ancient bloodlines. So the appearance of Mongoloid Mayans or even Mayans that might look a little Caucasian doesn't contradict that template. In fact, it only strengthens that template and demonstrates an ancient intermingling of bloodlines. But also don't be fooled by appearance. There are plenty of dark-skinned races that appear as Negroes in Asia, specifically South Asia and the South Pacific. And there are even races of Africans that appear Mongoloid. So when you say something like, this statue looks like an Asian, well, there's some pudding-faced niggas in Indiana who might have something to say about that. My point is that the Negro has always been in America, and his bloodlines are not only indigenous, but represent the genetic baseline for all of the ancient races in America, including the greatest portion of Mississippians and Mayans. Because if this wasn't the case, why did the Mayans have sickle cell anemia? A genetic disease mostly associated with Africans or African Americans. Several genetic studies conducted on ancient Maya confirm this. Some geneticists take this information to mean that the Mayans were of African origin, but they weren't. They were of American origin, and they have been purposely mislabeled as African. That's the only way his story works.
Check out this map. This is a map from the Library of Congress, right? Gulf of California right here. So that would indicate that this is California. All right. So we're not done. So let's see when this map was made, right? So we have, let me keep going. So down here it says May 16, 2000 something. So it's recent, right? So let's see some more maps. Just so everyone's on the same page, this is Mexico, and then what used to be California, where Queen Khalifa is now part of Mexico, and this is the new California right here. So just so we know what we're looking at today. All right, so this is a map from 1794, right? Y'all see, it says the little sliver right there, the island, it's California right here. And then even down here, it says like Gulf of California or something like that. But it says the word California here again, and that little sliver right here says California, and New Navarro in Mexico, Louisiana was basically the same thing. That's why you see a lot of Aztec, murals that look like people from Louisiana. Again, this is why you would see a lot of Aztec Mexican look like people from Louisiana, because they're the same people. Here's a not so clear map. I'll show you another clear map shortly. Clearer map. But it says Old California, OLD, California. And then it says in here, Gulf of California, New California, right? Don't worry, I'll show you a better map. I just want to run through the different maps. All right, this is a faint map, but nonetheless, it says California right here, or Califor right here as well. All right, let's see what else we got. I just want to bring up this map of Atlantis real quick, and you can see the West Indies right here, Florida, and then it's weirdly this little part is just red, as like I guess the Red Sea will just cordon off right here. All right, so let's come down here, right? It says La Amérique over to the left. The year 1792. Oh, 1762, sorry. All right, so let's try to look at California, right? So you see California, right? That little island right here again by itself. Of course, Mexico is basically all up in the North America, like in Louisiana and stuff like that, like Nevada, Utah, stuff like that, right? And then of course you see Florida over here, and then you got the West Indies over here, right? So we're looking at the same map basically. So again, California, again, that little island. And this is what the map looked like as a whole. All right, y'all. So I wanted y'all to see me come to the Library of Congress first, right? So let me show you. So boom, Library of Congress, map of the United States of North America with parts of the adjacent countries, right? And you see the image. I can make it bigger, but I wanted to download it so I can play with it more, right? So let's go there. All right, so I downloaded it, and as you can see, still up there as loc.gov, which stands for libraryofcongress.gov. And you see the British possession, right there. I haven't really gone through this look for every word and stuff like that, but let's go to California. You see Lake Superior, as in India Superior, right? So we come here and it says, I don't know if y'all seen that yet, but I wanna bring it smaller, and then we'll crop in. So we're gonna go into New California, right? Which is where California is right now. And then let's check out Old California, where Queen Khalifa was chilling at. All right, so you see OLD. Let me get my pointer out. So we got Old California, right? And we got the Gulf of California. Let me make it so you guys can see that. So, crap. 13. It's jumpy, sorry. All right, so Old California, Gulf of California. So let's make it small again so we can see the big picture, right? So we see New California, and then we got Old California. So they knew, you know what I'm saying? Like they know, and it's up in the Library of Congress. So, and even though I have like other maps that says, you know, where California is, they call this little sliver in Mexico, the Mexico of today, they just call that part of Mexico. But on several maps that I wasn't really looking for, they call this little sliver right here, this island, California. Right, so let's go look at the year this map was created and see how long ago they knew which was California, because we're not being taught this in school, you know. So let's zoom in on the year real quick. Let's go down. So make it seem entered according to the Act of Congress. So they know, man. They know what's going on. It's up to us to catch up, right? Especially if we're going to live in this reality, which is just the matrix, right? Because why would you hide all this stuff? Especially, I want to learn about this stuff as a child, not as an adult. Like, what the heck? Like, show me India, the real India, as a damn child, not as an adult. You know, so we have the entered according to the Act of Congress, July 10th, 1839, right? By David H. Burr in Clerk's Office of the District Court of the District of Columbia, right? And another thing that somebody pointed out to me, I think I might need glasses, not really, but Jamestown, Virginia, I can't remember her name, the chiefess. She was like, man, I think you need some magnifying glasses, because those maps of Jamestown, Virginia is 1507, not 1907. You know what I'm saying? And like when we go down this rabbit hole, right, into the number, 1507, man, you find so much and stuff, man. I don't want to do it right now, but it's just something I'm thinking about, man. I probably might do it. But this year 1507, even in numerical number 1507, man, I'm telling you, I'll do it, man. Watch. I don't know now, man, but let me know if you want me to just go down this 1507 just to see what we could find with that, man. But it's a lot of stuff on 1507 for some reason. Weird. A lot of stuff about us, the real Indians, on 1507. So I'm not just going down the thing, look for somebody else. It has a lot to do with us. But I don't want to get too sidetracked on this California thing. You know what I'm saying? So it's really clear right here. It says Old California, Gulf of California, and then you got New California. Like I said, the Queen Khalifa, she was chilling. This was her island. The Amazonians, this was her stuff, right? Because, I mean, let me sidetrack again. But when we're talking about Wonder Woman, it's the thievery, the identity theft of Queen Khalifa. When we talk about Superman, right? If we stay on the cartoon make-believe Europeans, or whatever the case may be, when we talk about, all right, so when we bring up Wonder Woman, right? And Wonder Woman was created in America, the cartoon character. She was queen of the Amazonian warriors. And then you have this right here, right? The Great Seal of the state of California. and look at the women in the background with armor, right? And boats and ships. And then you look at Queen Khalifa, Estate 1510, sitting on the throne with her sword in her right hand. And look at her shoes, right? Look at the straps on her shoes, right? Because I'm going to show you something too. So we're just trying to see what, like, we keep finding stuff, right? That keeps pointing to her as an Indian woman, Indian warrior queen, right? So why was this even made, right? If so, you have to keep chasing it down. Again, this actually exists. This is a real person, right? Real person, right? And you go online and you see native Wakandan Queen Khalifa of ancient America. Watch. Wakandan, watch. And then somebody pointed this out in the movies when they're trying to steal your heritage and try to send you back to Africa. And obviously Wakanda is actually in America. The quote unquote panther is American, right? Same as the Panthers was American to begin with, but they're always trying to send you over to Africa. The whole movie making billions of dollars. They're trying to be like, oh, Wakanda was in Africa, right? But everything just keeps pointing to America, ancient America, the true old world. Then we stop off here real quick, and it says Voyage of Discovery of the South Sea Bering Straits, London, like 15 or 1800, right? But I think it's 1500. And then you read, and it says the coast of California now is inhabited by so many tribes that they are frequently in the mission Indians again. So the people there knew what they were, and they called themselves the Indians. Because I can show you a bunch of maps of cartographers listing America as Indians. So if they were doing business with the Indians, I'm pretty sure for hundreds of years, the Indians would be like, hey man, I really appreciate it, but could you guys stop making maps and stop calling us Indians, right? Because if Indians wasn't a big deal, and if Indian was an actual, right, or Indian was an actual European word, they wouldn't spend hundreds of years today trying to convince us, right? Not only that you need to go back to Africa, but you need to call yourself African American. They wouldn't spend so many years and money and threaten your ancestors and threaten you and us with hey, we don't want you guys to call yourself Indian. We feel more comfortable you guys calling yourself Black or Negro or slave, descendant of a slave, or African descent or African American. But we don't want y'all calling yourself Indian. And why is that? They can just look at us and be like, oh, we don't like those people right there. But the name got that power, got that essence in it. And which most of us are fighting because we think that the Europeans were so stupid, even though they run everything, right? We think they were also so stupid enough to be like, oh, we've seen a bunch of Africans, let's call them Indians. And then our ancestors, you can go to the Library of Congress, ask me, I can send you a video of them reclassifying Indians as Negro, Indians as Black, Indians as mulatto, Indians as colored, Indians as African American, right? We have a card-carrying James Brown telling a bunch of Indians, say it loud, I'm Black and I'm proud. We got a card-carrying Indian, Jesse Jackson, James Brown's also a card-carrying Indian. We got a card-carrying Jesse Jackson Indian telling other Indians call themselves African American from now on, right? So we're trying to say that all these Europeans was drunk, stupid, and dumb enough that they make hundreds of maps that you can find in the Library of Congress and all over the world and all over the internet, calling America India, because they're that dumb. You saw what I'm saying? Because they just mistakenly come to some place called the New World now. All right, let me pull it up. So what we're saying is the New World they've never seen before, right? And they got to a place they've never seen before, met the inhabitants they'd never seen before, and the Europeans were the one that came up with the word Indian or Indian, right? Knowing that, okay, follow me here. The New World is someplace they've never seen before. They've never even seen the word or invented the word Indian before they went to the New World. And you can see right here, the Old World encompasses the Hindustan, which is now erroneously called India, East India. So if there's an East India, that means it has to be in West India, not the west part of East India, but west. All right. So the Old World was already known. The Old World was already known. So they knew about Hindustan. They already knew about it. Right? So why wasn't it called, okay, India back in the 1492? Right? But they got somewhere, and then they say, no, we're going to call this place India. But when they knew about the Hindustan, but they never called it India. You know, we had the only way that word came about is because the British invented East India. That's it. But they had to have gotten that name from somewhere. And we have the maps. You can ask, we'll send it to you, where the America was called India Superior, all the way until the 1500s, 1400s, 1600s, 1700s, India, you know? And all of a sudden, all these different explorers are stupid enough to keep calling the wrong place India for hundreds and hundreds and hundreds of years, for thousands of thousands of thousands of maps. Come on now. All right, so let's lock it down real quick. Again, this is Hindustan, right next to the Indian Ocean. So, like I said, these Europeans are so stupid that they found, quote unquote, India, but for some reason they just been calling it Hindustan because they're that dumb, right? So people are saying this is the India, even though they knew of the Old World, because this is part of the Old World. They knew Hindustan existed, but for some reason we got a clear map that says Hindustan on here next to the Indian Ocean, but they won't call it India for some reason until 1947. Explain that to me. And then we got maps, right? Since the 1400s, 1500s, 1600s, 1700s, with India on it, but Hindustan is still Hindustan. I just seen this as I was looking for a couple maps to show you guys for India Superior, right? And here's another map with California as an island from the Library of Congress. So here's just one map. I'm just going to show you guys two maps with India Superior, you know? So we have right here, not only says India superior, and they have down here, it says India again. Up in, like, see Florida, that's a good indicator we're in the Americas, the Caribbean, the West Indies, right? Because they're in West India. And it says India superior, India. And then we have another map. If you take a look at the left side of your screen, right? It says right here again, India superior, another map. Like I said, the people knew who they were, right? Because when you look at the walls in Europe, right? And they say who are the Americans or the standing Indians. You look at the Pipe Museum in Amsterdam, or you go to just about everywhere in Europe, and all those statues outside the tobacco stores or whatever, they were Indians, right? So why would a bunch of and like I said, they have the India on this map, the fake one, the Hindustan. So why didn't they put this India superior over there? Well, really? Why didn't they? But let's get back to Queen Khalifa. All right. So again, the coast of California is inhabited. This is in 1500 or 1800. It's inhabited by so many tribes. It was at least like 500 million people in the Americas, like over 500 nations, right? That there are frequently in mission Indians, again, Indians, of more than 10 different races, each of which has its own language. As we were leaving the mission, we are surprised by two groups of Indians, which were also composed of different nations. They came in the military array that is quite naked and painted with gay colors. The heads of the most were adorned with feathers and the finery. Some of them, however, their hair disordered, so locks, that's what I'm guessing, covered with down, and their faces daubed at the most frightful manner. They are nothing remarkable in their war dance, and I regretted that I did not understand the words of their song. The physiognomy of these Indians are ugly. Of course, they want to diss us, stupid and savage. Otherwise, they were well formed, tolerably tall, and of a dark brown complexion. The women are short, very, very ugly. They have much of the Negro in their countenance. All right. So let's go back to how they stole Queen Khalifa's image and they made it into Wonder Woman, right? So we have the whitewash version. So we see it right here on the left, and then it's the authentic on the right. We can even come here to the emblem of America, right? And in order for you, what's going around viral on the internet, look at the lace of the shoes again. I mentioned that earlier. Look at the lace of the shoes again, right? And I'm gonna show you one more picture with the same woman with the same like lace of her shoes, right? So we come here, the emblem of America. You can see it in person. There's a viral video going around that in order for you to see this in person, you got to go to the British Museum, contact them, I guess, in person or on the phone. I don't know. But you got to set up an appointment to see the emblem of America in person and stuff. So, but I want to bring you here, the emblem of America, London, published 1800, right? And then you have all the way down here where it says, in this case, the animal skin is implied that the figure is African or somehow associated with the headdress, suggests one of the Black California tribes. And the skin could be ocelot, kind of California bobcat, or Canada lynx. So this could be Queen Khalifa as well. And so, but let me show you another picture on the walls in Germany that you can go see today with the same shoes right here. And then you can see that she's undeniably an Indian woman with copper tone brown skin. You know, she won't be mistaken for are dark-skinned Mongolian, how they like to lie and say, or whatever the racists be talking about. Oh, Mexicans look like that today. Like, yeah, whatever. But let's check this out real quick. This is in Europe, chilling. American. This is from a book, Indian Babies. Look how they look. Check out California Indians. Look how they all look. All right. Look at their skin complexion, facial features. Look at their hair. All right. So normally you got people try to be like, oh, but who's this one right here? All right. That's when you say, look at his hands. What color are his hands and feet? All right. So they're always trying to be like, well, see, they had a white one. Nah. See, look, they knew the trolls was going to be here in 2023. So they knew we had to shut them down. But let me show you that one pic on the walls in Europe. I keep finding more stuff. Sorry. But look, another Mayan mural. And look how they look like with the locks, skin complexion, facial features, everything. Look at the long locks on both of them. All right. So these are you. Like, they're not the Spaniard Mexican or the Asian Mongolian, right? They're not them. This is us, like right here. Locks, right? The what did the person say about the hair? The messed up hair or something like that. Real quick, more of the Indian babies right here. See that Indian, and look how they have a European right here, right? You see that? So they can't lie and say that everybody was dark back then. So they already had Europeans. So those Mongolians that look like the Asian with they look like that back then too. They came over in ships and stuff. It wasn't just there. We were there, right? Look at a Indian depicted in I think this is Germany or Dutch, but I think it's Germany. Look how he looked. Look how they were playing with the alligators and crocodiles, or whichever one. Look. Look. Look at the same Indian babies, right? Look how they look from the same book, Indian Babies, right? Look how they look. Look at their hair, right, as well. Indian Chief White Horse Eagle in Paris, 1928. Look how you look. Look at the business card you can find in the British Museum, right? Virginia at the Black Boy, right? White Horse, London, right? So if this isn't you, who the heck is it? So are we saying, are these racists saying, right? Because that's what they are. If they come in here trolling, that's what they are. Because the receipts we're showing them, like I said, they specifically come at people, right, that they don't like because they're freaking racist. That's basically it. Because we're saying, go to these museums in Europe and stuff like that, and I want you, the racists, to be like, oh no, that's not the copper tone brown skinned people in America. That's a dark-skinned Mongolian, or that's a dark-skinned Spaniard Mexican, or some crap like that. Or that's an African that traveled there a million years ago or 10,000 years ago, right? But in the museum, it's listed as a damn American. Only, okay? Only. All right? Just like the emblem of America, listed as American only, because it's its own continent. Remember, that's the New World. So if that's the New World, the Americas, they already knew about the Old World. And they sure as hell they didn't call the Old World no damn India. right? It was Hindustan all the way up until 1947, and it was just the British company that invented East India. Because if there's an East India, there has to be a West India, and the West India came first. Or else it'll just call East India from the jump, right? So again, was just locking it down. And then look at your ancestors on the horse in their Indian regalia, full head to toe on a horse. Even got feathers in the tail. Look. 1907, vintage Native American. And look how they look. A new correct map of America with the West India Islands. London. And they go California again. As that little island. California Gulf. India. All right, so finally made it. Sorry. So this is on the walls in Europe right now. You can go see it. If you wanted the video with the address and stuff, just let me know. If you made it this far into the video, thank you for watching. Like, share, and subscribe if you haven't done so already. But again, look how she looked like. Look at her shoes again. Look at they're very deliberate in depicting who the real Americans were, who the real Indians were, right? And this was a period of design was started and finished in 1700s. Okay, so if our ancestors looked like this in the 1700s, and all this time there was the Yamasee Indian Wars, there was all this Barbary wars, there was all this conflict, and then on top of that, it was calling America India superior. And then you can look everywhere, the depictions from all these racist explorers as well, right? But they're not just conquerors, explorers. They came there to destroy and pillage, right? So look how they look right here. And this is what all they had: the jewelry, they had the prestige, right? What's it called? The parasol, or the umbrella looking thing, right? The indigenous birds. Jewelry, pearls, gold, jewelry in her strap that's holding her quiver of bows, her pearl necklace, pearl earring, and look how she looked. Let me see if I can zoom in. So hold on. Okay, so please tell me, who else does she look like? You sound like, because I'm going to show you next, right? Because people are going to be like, according to Dr. Such and Such, they were traveling and trading with the Africans, so they came from African, right? But for some reason, they're calling these people Americans. They're calling these people Indians. But for some reason, they don't know that. Only people today know that the artists and the people doing the depictions and all that stuff ain't saying nothing about no damn African until like recently, right? In the 1900s or whatever the case may be. Either way, they depict the Africans and the Americans differently. Why don't you just call it New Africa? Because it's a new world, right? They're going to be like, oh, well, we found a bunch of Africans over here because they knew about Africa, because that was part of the old world, just like Hindustan. They were part of the whole old world. So why didn't they call that place, New Hindustan or New Africa, right? But we got here some Indians and they're the spitting image of everyone's aunt's, cousin's, mom's, grandmother, sister, girlfriend, right? Looking at them, looking at her right now. And this is what they look like, and they depicted the damn Indians and the Americans like this all day, every day in the 1700s, when there's supposedly all this slave trading going around, but for some reason they be looking like this, right? Another proof that no one came from no damn Africa off no damn slave boat, because nobody can look themselves in the mirror and be like, yeah, my African grandfather or grandmother, my great whatever, her name was such and such, or the vessel number was such and such, the port number was such and such. Just like what you guys say a lot, indigenous goddess, your word is your bond, and Freeman Geiger, right? Always say, what about asking whiskey? All you guys always say, what about the damn physical therapy, right? And I'm not done. What about the damn physical therapy coming off? Look, nobody can survive that kind of crap, right? Y'all, we can't even miss a meal. We don't feel right. You get what's it called? No sleep for one day over the weekend, because you get to sleep in on the weekend and you go to work on a Monday. You can't operate with no coffee or pick me up or whatever the case may be. Whatever what we ingest to help us get through the day, right? And you're telling me that people can survive this all the same while we're finding depictions of actual Indians that look like this, having their own businesses, their tobacco businesses, their cotton businesses, right? Their fruits businesses, everything. So explain that, right? Where does this come from that you're looking at, right? Let me show you something else. So I'm going to bring you here. If you're new and you haven't seen this is real, right? You can go see it in person. If you want the video, I'll send it to you. I have the address and all that stuff. Take a tour. Go check it out, right? So in the 1700s, again, in India Superior, right? Showed you the map that says India Superior. This is what the Indians look like, the Americans look like. And you can see this today. And they are depicting them as such. Just so you saw earlier with the woman with the pearls, really dressed really nice. All right, got the pearls, relaxing, her nice shoes, everything. So now we come here. And this is also was in the 1700s. This is how they looked in the damn 1700s. And they're not even telling us about this in school. We're learning this stuff as adults, right? So when you say, like, look, this is what the four Indians right here. I'm gonna get my pointer. Obviously not the European dudes, but we know the theme, right? So these four, they do not look like those Asian Mongolians. Number one, they don't look like the Spaniard Mexicans who like to claim our murals in Mexico as their ancestors, right? These four people did not come from Africa, and I can prove it. So here are the Africans. You see that? How they look completely different than the Americans, and they depicted them at the same time. They didn't depict the Africans in the 1200s and then after the slave trade or whatever the case may be, right? Then the Africans admixture or mix with the Mongolians and the Europeans, and then they look like this, right? This was depicted at the same damn time. So everybody knew who the Africans were and who the Americans were. And you can see it says America. And then you see Africa. And they don't look alike. Because it would have been super easy for the artist to be like, yeah, I'm going to just copy and paste, right? No. And like I said, America, was called India Superior. So when the explorers, the pieces of craps got there, they met civilized people just chilling, right? Because the Moors helped them find the Africans, right? So they didn't bring them there to be like, oh, here's a bunch of savages, or whatever the case may be. This is how they depicted the damn Americans, the damn Indians in the 1700s, when supposedly that during the slave trade was going on and they brought a bunch of Africans to just pick cotton. But for some reason, a bunch of Indians in America invented a whole bunch of crap, the stoplight, the filament tape for actual lights. You know what I'm saying? GPS system, the cartridge, the internet, some reason a bunch of descendants of slaves just self-taught themselves all these worldly experiments and inventions, but when you go to other parts of the world and then you see how Americans were portrayed as wearing fine clothing, and very prestige all day, every day. So we don't know what the heck people talking about. And going back to what indigenous goddess said, your word is your bond, Alaskan whiskey, Freeman, Geiger, all you guys always say, Aboriginal sunflower, you know what I'm saying, right? I'm gonna tell you something, man. PTSD ain't no joke, right? And the reason I'm bringing that up, because if you're telling us and you're telling yourself when you look in the mirror that your ancestor went through one of the most heinous stuff of being in the bottom of a boat, you got the what's it called, hypothermia, dysentery, all of the below, being force-fed, being assaulted, can't sleep, no clothes to cover yourself, no blanket, right? So they just do the diagram with no blanket. So the hypothermia, right? So the PTSD from that, the mental disability, right? Just from that, just even thinking about it, right? Let's say thinking you because we know that's the lie that they tell us. So just even thinking about that would be like, yo, there's no way anybody will come out of that. Like I said, the muscle atrophy alone, you just lose a lot of weight. And just the PTSD, the mental anguish from that alone, you're done. You're done. You ain't coming back from that, right? And especially when they roll you off the thing, the boat, supposedly, no physical therapy, no therapy whatsoever, no mental therapy, no psychologist, no psychiatrist, no psychologist, right? Nothing. All they said is, we brought you guys on boats, your ancestors, and then we sold y'all, and then boom. We boom, made the economy, all that stuff, from cotton, from tobacco, from whatever, right? From corn, all that good stuff, because we got the corn rolls, right? And then for some reason, America is still in debt ever since the 1700s. It's just so many loose ends that it just does not make any sense. And like I said, I can send you the video And it's like 8 volumes of this, but I just stopped at like volume 4 because it was just so much, just kind of repeating. But it was just good to see, like, yo, these people wearing crowns, jewelry, or pearl earrings, hoop earrings, jewelry just dipped everywhere, just dripping. Everybody that looked like this, dressed like this too. So that's why we're trying to be like, okay, we need to know, but our children and everybody needs to know. Everybody. I don't care. Because if we got to sit there and listen to some crap, I don't know, anything that nobody really cares about. I'm trying to think. I don't know. I can't think of nothing. But stuff like this, if you don't know and people don't know, share it with them. Because they need to see this stuff, man. I'm telling you. And this is why they hide it. So you can't see yourself as something good, which is unfortunate, especially for our children. If we're already adults and we're already stuck in our ways, fine. But the younger folks, to me, should be seeing more of this, right? But I'm going to leave it right there. If you guys stayed this far, thank you so much. We really appreciate it. Please like, share, and subscribe. Turn on your post notification if you haven't done so already.
When we think of the African diaspora, it's very rare for anyone to think about Mexico. But little do we know that Afro-Mexicans have contributed to the very formation of Mexico itself. Oddly enough, the plight of Afro-Mexicans today simply follow a historical trend implemented by those who highlighted their European ancestry over anything else. Today, I wanted to honor one of the little-known Afro-Mexican revolutionaries who liberated the Mexican people from Spain, Vicente Guerrero. What up, African world? It's Home Team here, and welcome back to another video of African history, culture, and worldview. By supporting this channel on Patreon, you're helping in the creation of these videos and supporting this content. If you'd like access to courses, sources, or you simply want to show your support, you may do so by clicking the Patreon link in the description box below. To begin, this video may be a little disturbing for some of us in the diaspora, as the history of Vicente can be seen as a little bittersweet. However, his story shouldn't really come as a surprise for us, as Mexico has only recently acknowledged the existence of Black people in their country. Anyway, just wanted to mentally prepare those who may be sensitive to this information. Vicente Guerrero was one of the leading revolutionary generals of the Mexican War of Independence, and he fought against Spain in the early 19th century. His accomplishments eventually led him to the highest position in the land, becoming the second president of Mexico in 1829. His mother was said to be of African descent, and his father was a mestizo. But it would seem as though throughout his life, people highlighted his Africanness above all, reportedly calling him El Negro. He was said to be tall, robust, and of dark complexion. In many ways, Vicente Guerrero was a champion of the people, of the oppressed and downtrodden. I'd like to think he was this way because he was an Afro-Mestizo man who no doubt experienced what it was like to be Black in Mexico. He came from humble beginnings, starting life as a mule driver. Ironically, his father and his uncle supported Spanish rule of Mexico, but he seemed to have very strong ideas of his own because he was eager to join the Mexican Revolution in 1810. Apparently, Vicente had a very different experience from his father's people, as he was more often than not perceived as Black, just like his mother. He no doubt saw the mistreatment of his mother throughout Mexican society. Some sources even claim that Black women were not even allowed to wear ornaments or jewels. If that's true, then that certainly must have had an impact on young Vicente. The upper-class Mexicans, usually of lighter hue or closer to European phenotypes, oppressed the native people and Afro-Mexican populace. But ironically, the Mexican upper class were oppressed and looked down upon by Spain. So there was a very ironic phenomenon in Latin America during that time. But in the end, Africans were always at the bottom. Mexican elites were not permitted to trade with foreign countries, and local manufacture was forbidden. So when the revolutionary Hidalgo planted grapevines to make his own wine, government officials tore them up. Wine had to be imported from Spain with a high tax. Also, Mexico was ordered to pay a tribute of around $45 million to Spain. Overall, local Mexican grievances were more than worthy of note, and their maltreatment certainly paved the way for the War of Independence. Declaring Mexican independence, Hidalgo had called upon all his countrymen to follow him. Guerrero distinguished himself so well in the first battle that he was made a captain. In the first stage of the struggle, Mexicans were successful, but Spain, sending reinforcements from home, soon crushed the rebellion. One by one, leading Mexicans Hidalgo, Allende, Aldama, Jimenez, and Mina were slain or made prisoner. The remainder accepted the king's pardon, all except Vicente Guerrero, who fought on. The government, in an effort to win Vicente, sent his father, Pedro, to offer him lands and wealth. But Vicente scorned the offer. He pledged not to rest until the Spaniards had been driven into the sea. Spain sent one of their best generals against him, but Vicente defeated him in 2 battles. Interestingly enough, the general sent to defeat Vicente, General Iturbide, wanted to break away from Spain himself, and together, Vicente and the Spanish general joined together and defeated the Spanish commander Santa Anna. Iturbide became sole ruler of Mexico and showed his true colors as he affirmed the very same things of previous Spanish rulers. After much turbulence and revolt in Mexican society over who the leader was going to be, Mexican officials were finally pressed to allow Vicente to become president. 2 Masonry sects were vying for power in Mexico, the Scottish Rite and the York Rite. The York Rite proclaimed their leader to be Vicente and had this to say about him. The name of the hero of the South is echoed with indescribable enthusiasm everywhere. His valor and constancy combined have engraved themselves upon the hearts of the Mexican people. He is the image of their felicity. They wish to confide to him the delicate and sacred task of the executive power. In 1829, he became the 2nd president of Mexico and went on to champion the cause not only of the racially oppressed, but also of the economically oppressed. In September of that same year, Vicente abolished slavery. This was significant because he did this many years before Abraham Lincoln. As president, Vicente also abolished the death penalty, taxed the rich, protected small businesses, and established the village council movement that enabled peasants to elect representatives without qualifications of race, property ownership, or literacy. Unfortunately, after his brief rule as president, Vicente was betrayed, captured, and assassinated, largely because of the racial undercurrent of Mexico during that time, as many of the more Eurocentric Mexican elites did not want Vicente to potentially rally up Africans or natives in the nation to acquire more positions of power and become the face of the elites. This was largely because Vicente was making Mexican society more equal across the board, and that equality was being spearheaded by him, an Afro-Mestizo who used to be a mule driver, and not a more racially European Mexican elite. I think Vicente has a great legacy, and I find it very interesting that it was a Mexican with African heritage who not only abolished slavery, but made Mexico a more equal society during his time. Well, I'm all out, guys. If you like these videos and want to help in its continued production, consider supporting the home team on patreon.com. The link is in the description box below. Know thyself. Remember your ancestors. Peace.
The year was 1781. The California sun beat down mercilessly on a dusty trail, where a band of 44 souls, 11 families, walked towards destiny. These brave individuals were the pobladores, a name that whispered townspeople in the Spanish tongue. But their story was anything but ordinary. Traversing more than 1,000 miles across the desert from present-day northern Mexico, they reached a location blessed with a Mediterranean climate, fertile soil, and a river, making it highly suitable for agriculture. Here they founded a farming community, naming it El Pueblo de Nuestra Señora, La Reina de los Ángeles de Porciúncula, which translates to the Town of Our Lady, the Queen of the Angels of Porciúncula in English. Yes, these individuals were the first settlers of Los Angeles. But remarkably, they weren't your typical Spanish settlers. While these pobladores were from the distant provinces of Mexico, historian William M. Mason would later reveal the true racial makeup. Within this group, only 2 were actually classified as white, 16 were mestizos, and a staggering 26 were in fact of African descent. Now you may wonder why there would be a need to emphasize their racial composition. But it is quite an important detail, as back then, racial prejudice was much worse compared to today. Indeed, we can currently classify 56% of Los Angeles founding families as black individuals, but such recognition had not been celebrated publicly for generations. In the 1950s, El Pueblo de Los Angeles State Historic Park honored the city's founders with a plaque. The early settlers of African descent had Spanish surnames, and their ethnicity would not have been known had the plaque not indicated it. But soon enough, the plaque disappeared, with only rumors remaining that several recreation and parks commissioners were embarrassed that black people played a part in the city's founding. Another plaque replaced the original one more than 20 years later, but it didn't mention race in honoring the early settlers. It wasn't until Miriam Matthews, California's first credentialed black librarian, advocated for the pobladores that the city installed another plaque for its bicentennial in 1981. That plaque, a bronze tablet, includes the names of the 44 founders, their race, gender assignment, and age. Of the 11 men representing each of the founding families, Antonio Mesa, Luis Manuel Quintero, Manuel Camero, and Jose Cesario Moreno were of African descent, according to historical research. Without Miriam Matthews, the Dean of Los Angeles Black History, as many rightfully lauded her, these names might have remained lost in the annals of time. But thanks to her dedication, the forgotten melody of the pobladores could once again be heard, which is why we wish to acknowledge her as we present the untold black history within the booming city of Los Angeles. Truly remarkable tales such as these mustn't be forgotten. We must warn you, however, that this is not just a simple story of history, but also a story of a long fight for recognition and respect. Tread carefully, as some of these information can be heavy on the heart. That said, we humbly encourage you to give us a like to show your support and click subscribe so you'd be able to join us in our other insightful discussions. With this, let's proceed. Known for its glittering sunshine, star-studded industry, and simmering pot of cultures, Los Angeles is a glamorous city that pulsates with life and dreams. But truth be told, it wasn't always this way. It has certainly had many disturbing moments of black prejudice, ironically so. The ones that we will mention in this video might even enrage you. And similar to most thriving areas of civilization, Los Angeles too had a historical tale of war and quest for power and wealth. After the pobladores had fully settled in the new land, the pueblo grew slowly over the next decades as they focused on agriculture and cattle ranching. By 1820, its population had grown to approximately 650 residents, and it was by 1821 that Los Angeles became a part of Mexico, following the Mexican War of Independence. However, this reign came to an abrupt end following the American conquest of California, which was part of the larger Mexican-American War. The last Mexican governor of California, Pío Pico, was of mixed Spanish, Native American, and African ancestry. With this in mind, it's truly unfortunate that many white Southerners who soon came to California during its gold rush era in 1848 brought racist attitudes and ideals with them. This pervasive racism ended up hindering the growth of the black community in Los Angeles, with only a dozen black residents recorded in 1850. And while we can agree that this detail is already quite troublesome, the tales of the California gold rush were also similarly disturbing. This era of loot lust, sparked by the 1848 discovery of gold at Sutter's Mill, ended up triggering a massive influx of approximately 300,000 people from across the globe, a sudden population boom that stimulated the American economy and propelled California towards statehood. It was during this era that Los Angeles had also started to thrive. However, it also had devastating consequences for native Californians, leading to a significant decline in their population due to poor living conditions and systematic violence. Bless their souls. Economy-wise, the California gold rush seemed like a good thing, but its real consequences were quite unsettling, for it attracted many hearts who would do ungodly things for fortune. This would later impact the lives of many more, especially our black brothers and sisters at the time. Fortunately, many still did not stray in faith, as during 1872, the First African Methodist Episcopal Church of Los Angeles was established under the sponsorship of Biddy Mason, an African-American nurse and a California real estate entrepreneur and philanthropist, and her son-in-law Charles Owens. Currently, the church now has a membership of more than 19,000 individuals. In 1880, with the construction of the Santa Fe Railroad and a subsequent surge in settlement, the number of black residents in Los Angeles increased, and by 1900, 2,131 African Americans lived in Los Angeles, making it the second largest black population in California at the time. This population would come to grow massively as the years go by. The promise of a brighter future in Los Angeles attracted a wave of African Americans in the 20th century, joining other diverse groups who flocked to the city after the Southern Pacific Railroad connected it to the rest of the United States. In 1910, the one-story wood-frame 51st Street School became the first all-black school built in Los Angeles. It hired white teachers because discriminatory hiring kept black teachers out of many cities in the state, including Los Angeles. The year after it was built, Bessie Brewington Burke became the school's first black teacher and 8 years later, the school's first black principal. By 1920, the black population in Los Angeles had grown significantly, drawn by the allure of opportunity. However, their dreams of a better life clashed with the harsh reality of escalating racial hostility. Citywide policies systematically eroded black rights, while the Ku Klux Klan and police brutality terrorized their communities, causing immense suffering and disillusionment. Black communities were systematically marginalized by local authorities, resulting in dilapidated infrastructure, substandard transportation, inadequate schools and parks, and restricted access to economic and educational resources. Truly, it is quite disheartening to hear about such oppressions experienced by African Americans in a city whose initial settlers were of African descent. And regrettably, pain has a tendency to stack over time, especially if it is not addressed or resolved. All of this oppression soon transformed into a heavy grudge, with great consequences. Just observe these following developments that we are about to reveal, and in the end, you will see how deep this has truly become. During the Great Depression, Los Angeles experienced a rapid growth in its black population, particularly in what is now referred to as historic South Central. Faced with economic hardships and pervasive racial discrimination in the southern states, many black individuals and families proceeded to seek better opportunities elsewhere. By the 1930s, the approximately 40,000 black residents were primarily concentrated in two neighborhoods, known today as South Park and Watts. Despite the black population reaching nearly 65,000, equivalent to about 4.27% of the total population in 1940, restrictive covenants hindered their ability to move into new areas. Still, the expansion of Los Angeles's black community accelerated during the war years, fueled by significant migration from the American South and Midwest, and drawn by the robust job opportunities in war-related industries. By 1950, the black population in Los Angeles was approaching 200,000, with the South Central to Watts corridor becoming predominantly black. And by 1960, the black population in Los Angeles had grown to nearly 350,000, as black families moved into areas previously dominated by white residents. However, despite the increasing black population, racial tensions in Southern California continued to escalate, as evidenced by the Watts Rebellion of 1965. Now, this story is far from simple. The Watts Rebellion started after a Los Angeles police officer pulled over a young man named Marquette Fry. It began as a traffic stop for suspicion of driving under the influence, but the situation escalated quite too quickly, I remember that they took him and threw him in the car like a bag of laundry and kicked his feet in and slammed the door, an eyewitness told the Los Angeles Times. As it escalated, onlookers grew increasingly apprehensive as the police became more aggressive. This led to the arrest and attack of not only Marquette Frye, but also several members of the Frye family who attempted to intervene and assist him. Witnessing this harshness, a growing crowd of onlookers became increasingly agitated, sparking 6 days of unrest that resulted in 34 deaths, over 1,000 injuries, 4,000 arrests, and $40 million in property damage. The devastating aftermath saw plummeting real estate values and numerous businesses destroyed, leaving a deep scar on the community. Despite the progress achieved during the civil rights era in 1954 to 1968, the legacy of systemic racism and discrimination continued to affect Black communities in Los Angeles. As the Black population expanded into predominantly white neighborhoods across much of southwestern Los Angeles, new barriers and restrictions were quickly set up. This made segregation worse as the Black community continued to grow. By 1970, Los Angeles Black population had reached almost 500,000 people. The ramping up of restrictions to Black residency peaked around 1968 when civil rights legislation finally started working to eliminate these barriers. As a result, this era was the low point for integration and the high point of Black ghettoization in Los Angeles. Around 1980, Los Angeles Black population reached its high point at just over 500,000. Thanks to civil rights legislation and litigation, Black Angelenos were finally allowed to move to all parts of the city where they could afford to buy or rent. Segregation decreased slightly, and very few neighborhoods remained without Black families. And as a side note, like we mentioned earlier, it was then in 1981 that Miriam Matthews encouraged widespread acknowledgement of Los Angeles's African roots. By 1990, only a few areas were without Black residents in Los Angeles. At this time, Crenshaw District had become the new heart of Black Los Angeles. Now, with what we just enumerated, did you notice the problem? The reality is, the pervasive systemic racism and discrimination faced by Black communities in Los Angeles persisted despite the continuous growth of Black individuals populating the city's areas. If you had experienced the exact same thing that they experienced, what would you do? Would you still sit quietly? All of these inevitably led to the Los Angeles uprising, as this is what happens when individuals are made to feel like society mistreats them and undermines their opportunities for a better life. At that point, the city's minority communities harbored a deep-rooted mistrust of the predominantly white police force. These fears were tragically realized in 1991 when a bystander's video captured the brutal beating of Rodney King, an African-American motorist, by Los Angeles police officers. The grainy footage, broadcast across the nation, sparked outrage and protests. A year later, emotions were still raw as the officers stood trial in Simi Valley. The jury's acquittal on almost all charges ignited a powder keg of frustration and anger. Protesters filled the streets, their cries of "no justice, no peace" echoing through the city. The unrest escalated rapidly, morphing into a maelstrom of violence, looting, and arson. The epicenter was south-central Los Angeles, but the chaos spread like wildfire, engulfing neighborhoods from the San Fernando Valley to Long Beach. Television screens flickered with horrifying images. Reginald Denny, a white truck driver, attacked at the intersection of Florence and Normandy. Firefighters battling blazes under sniper fire. The city was paralyzed by fear and fury. Mayor Tom Bradley declared a state of emergency, and National Guard troops were deployed to quell the unrest. President George Bush sent in federal troops and declared Los Angeles a disaster area. Rodney King himself pleaded for peace, his poignant question, "Can we get along?" echoing the desperate yearning for reconciliation. But the damage was done. More than 50 lives were lost, thousands injured, and the city lay in ruins. Why can't we get along? Even after so many years of oppression and countless attempts to address the issue, these problems remain, as there are those who do not seek for a change of heart. There are those who refuse to change their perspectives and embrace empathy. Fast forward to the 2000s, these issues are still very much alive. If we look at the bigger picture, despite overall improvements in socioeconomic outcomes for Black Californians since 2000, significant racial inequality persists, especially compared to white Californians. The latest report by UCLA's Black Policy Project reveals a widening gap in several areas, including home ownership, income, and educational attainment. This disparity is particularly pronounced in major metropolitan areas like Los Angeles, Oakland, Sacramento, San Francisco, and San Jose. largely due to factors like gentrification and rising housing costs. It has gotten so terrible that closing the racial gap between black and white Californians would take over 248 years, as said by Michael Stoll, faculty director of the Black Policy Project, in the 2024 State of Black California report. Since the previous report back in 2000, California's black population has experienced its first decline in decades, shrinking from 2.2 million to 2.1 million, and dropping from 6.6% to 5.6% of the state's total population. It's ridiculous in its truest sense that the decline in black homeownership between 2000 and 2020 in this area was nearly 6%, while other ethnic groups did not experience the same decrease over the same period. Zooming back in to present Los Angeles, the City of Angels shines bright, but shadows still linger over the black community. Finding homes, good jobs, and schools that nurture dreams are still a struggle. And even those sworn to protect can cause fear instead of safety. A 2023 annual country report shows that black residents in Los Angeles were the target of 46% of hate crimes, despite making up only 9% of the population. When will this change? And is it too late for change? Like a flower pushing through concrete, hope persists in the hearts of many black individuals longing for a better life. From the fight for civil rights to the ongoing Black Lives Matter movement, the black community has had a long tradition of overcoming adversity and fighting for change. Let their stories inspire us all to work towards a future where Los Angeles is truly a city of opportunity for everyone. Thank you for watching this video about the brief history of
Well, this is a Fox News alert. Charges being filed now against some Los Angeles ICE protesters in connection with the Molotov cocktail attacks. Let's listen in for a moment.
Cocktails at police officers. Last Saturday, one defendant, Emiliano Galvez, hid behind a fence and threw the destructive device at a sheriff's deputy, then ran away. Deputies gave chase and arrested him. That's the video you actually see playing right there. The following day, a police officer apprehended the other defendant, Raki Quigui, after spotting him with a Molotov cocktail in his hand. Officers witnessed him throw the device in the air and then arrested him with a lighter in his right hand. I commend our prosecutors and our law enforcement partners for swiftly taking action against these individuals. Our community must be kept safe for peaceful protests and against thugs and criminals looking to start trouble. We expect more charges to be filed in the coming days and weeks. If you took part in these riots and were looking to cause trouble, we will come looking for you. These defendants are charged with possession of an unregistered explosive device in violation of 26 United States Code Section 5861D. Possessing a Molotov cocktail or another destructive device is punishable by up to 10 years in federal prison. They are presumed innocent until proven guilty. I now introduce the Los Angeles Special Agent in charge of the ATF office here, Mr. Kenneth Cooper.
Good morning, everybody. I want to stand here and represent ATF and the public and announcing to the public that ATF's firmly committed to our whole of government approach to providing public safety, especially with what's going on here in Los Angeles. I want to make it very clear that we are not putting our state and local partners with LA County Sheriff's Office, our Sheriff's Department, or LAPD. We are not pulling them into Title VIII investigations. We understand their restrictions with state law. So this is us coming together when violent acts are committed against the citizens of Los Angeles. And in cases like this, the facts of the case are fairly simple. If you guys see the defendant here, Mr. Galvez, this was during the Paramount riots where Border Patrol was utilizing gas because they were having rocks and fireworks thrown at them and they were being assaulted. LA County Sheriff's Department responded to assist. This individual was identified even by open source media, preparing to assault them with a destructive device. And as you could see, by the grace of God, when he deployed that in a fireball, it luckily did not hit one of the deputies, as it clearly would have caused substantial physical injury or death. ATS firmly committed. These are the most aggressive criminal acts, and we will aggressively work with our state and local and federal partners to investigate the use of destructive device, arson or explosives or firearms to assault our public citizens and our public safety first responders. I guess I didn't even highlight our partnership too. The second case with LAPD, both incidents, ATF was able to work with each of these police departments to get an arrest on individuals that were attempting to harm the police officers with destructive devices.
The Los Angeles Police Department appreciates the partnerships with both our federal, state, and local law enforcement agencies, especially during this time of unprecedented civil unrest. We're going to continue to work with them to ensure that our community remains safe during this challenging time, especially when it involves cases where violence is being conducted against both of our local law enforcement uniform officers as well as our federal officers during this time. We'll continue to work together to make sure our community remains safe and target those individuals that are doing harm to both our community members as well as our law enforcement officers as they try to keep peace in our communities right now. Thank you very much, and I'll introduce Commander Ruiz from Los Angeles County Sheriff's Department.
Good morning, everyone. This is going to be brief. I just want to say thank you to our federal partners for working together with us and moving forward with these prosecutions. On behalf of the Los Angeles County Sheriff's Department and all of the local law enforcement agencies in LA County, thank you.
If there's any questions, we could take a couple right now. Yes.
How many people have been federally charged so far tied to the protest, and what's the importance of charging federally versus?
We'll get you those hard numbers later. I know there's at least 9 people charged over the weekend. We've had more people charged this week for throwing rocks at officers. These 2 cases for throwing Molotov cocktails. We've had I think a couple others, but we can get you that full list. We might even do a bigger briefing tomorrow with all the federal agencies to go over that in more detail. Today, we want to highlight these specific cases because we find this particular act of violence to be extremely dangerous. As you saw in Colorado, these Molotov cocktails have the ability to seriously harm or kill a person or, and a police officer that they were thrown at. So we want to highlight these 2 cases today, and we'll get you more numbers. The importance of charging people federally is for people to know that there's serious consequences for the behavior, for their conduct. You have the right to peacefully protest. No one's going to stop you. But as soon as you cross that line into violence, you're throwing stuff, you're throwing rocks, you're throwing bombs. That's unacceptable. It will not be tolerated. And we're going to come down with a really heavy hand. And this isn't state court. This is federal court. So you're going to go to federal prison and you're going to go for many years. So the consequences in federal system are much greater usually than they are in the state system. That's the importance of it. Yes, sir.
Can you talk about the process of catching these 2 individuals specifically? You put out a call to the media and the public to give tips. Was that something that helped in leading to their arrest, or was it intelligence from your police agency?
Do you want to do that? There's 2 separate cases, so let's take one at a time. We'll start with the LAPD case. Yeah.
Good morning, sir. Yeah, specific to the Los Angeles Police Department case, we have a situation where our police officers are trying to keep the peace during a very difficult time on Sunday afternoon when the city was facing this unprecedented violence in many areas of the downtown area. In this particular case, we had a police officer who identified this person holding what he believed to be a Molotov cocktail. And fortunately, was able to identify, and several officers were able to apprehend him safely without causing any harm to anyone, especially our police officers. And I just want to point out the not only the keen observation skills of our police officers right now during a difficult time, but the courage they've had in trying to take these people into custody. Remember, all of our officers are working long hours right now, and they're tired, but they're still doing the best job possible to keep this community safe and protect our critical infrastructure.
We want to cover the sheriff's case.
So you've been watching as two individuals have been charged after throwing Molotov cocktails at police. One of those individuals is here legally from Mexico. In fact, has quite a history. The Anaheim Police Department.
Illegals out there doing that shit, just like what we said. It's just the first little evidence. They're gonna get all of the illegals who was terrorizing citizens and cops, talking about they taking over this country and running.
Department arrested him for grand theft, and the Long Beach Police Department for a DUI. Shows up at the protest. He's been deported once and then throws a Molotov cocktail at police officers. Just noteworthy, Bill Malusian sent out that per multiple law enforcement, this is a separate incident. Sources to Fox News, LAPD has arrested 3 protesters who had guns at the protest yesterday. So they're on it.
What you think they were gonna do with them guns? That's going to federal prison right now, though. I know that much. Then their ass getting deported.
We continue at CBS News 24/7 to monitor the situation in Los Angeles. And here's your headline. Mayor Karen Bass has enforced a curfew overnight. That curfew is expected to hold 8 p.m. to 6 a.m. No word on when it's over, expected for several more days. This is, of course, after 5 days of clashes between these demonstrators that you see right here and police. Also, think about it this way. One day after President Donald Trump sent 700 Marines to join what is already thousands of National Guard troops on the ground. So the Trump administration promising more raids and more immigration crackdowns. A lot to talk about here. Let's go to CBS News immigrations and politics reporter Camila Montoya Galvez. You are in Los Angeles. Protesters are there for a 5th day. All the while, we understand ICE raids are taking place in real time. What are you hearing?
Good.
Well, Reed, the main demand here among protesters is for immigration and customs enforcement to stop conducting immigration sweeps here, targeting immigrants who are suspected of being in the country illegally. And we're seeing massive and large-scale protests, not just in Los Angeles, but in communities across the country, in direct opposition to President Trump's sweeping and aggressive crackdown on illegal immigration. The demand, of course, is for ICE to stop rounding up immigrants who are suspected of being in the country illegally in this area. But we have received no indication that the Trump administration, Reed, is heeding those demands. If anything, the administration is doubling down on its immigration policy, saying that ICE will continue to arrest undocumented and unauthorized immigrants across the country, including here in Southern California. And in fact, ICE has continued to conduct daily arrests here in the LA area and also across the country. ICE arrests on a daily basis, Reed, have increased by more than 100% since President Trump's first 100 days in office. So the administration is certainly not backing down, Reed.
And I might be putting you on the spot, so forgive me. Two-part question here. Do we have any idea, with the National Guard troops standing by there, assisting in those ICE raids, do we have any idea as to numbers in perhaps like the last 5 days relative to ICE raids? And then we also understand that National Guard troops are standing by during those arrests. To be very clear, Jonathan Vigliotti is reporting that they are quelling protests, so that they're not there to quell protests. I guess I'm stumbling because I'm also stricken by what I'm seeing behind you, Camilo, and that is the spray paint somebody's put on that federal building saying "Death to America." So that's a lot to throw at you there. But first of all, the numbers. Are the National Guard troops there to support the president?
See, he want that guy. They were just kind, nice individuals. Look, death to America, bro. They want you dead, reporter. They want you dead.
Protests, or is it to support the ICE arrests?
To address the first question, Reed, we have nationwide numbers on ICE arrests. And right now, ICE, Immigration and Customs Enforcement, is averaging about 1,500 or 1,400 daily arrests. That is up from about 700 daily arrests during the first 100 days of the second Trump administration, and up from the 300 daily arrest average during the last year of the Biden administration. So there has been a dramatic expansion in immigration enforcement across the U.S. in recent weeks after the White House and officials like Stephen Miller have been pushing ICE, Reed, to conduct as many as 3,000 arrests on a daily basis. That would be unprecedented for that agency. To tackle your second question, after President Trump activated the National Guard, initially they mainly were here to play a support role and to guard and protect federal buildings like the immigration court behind me and also the local ICE field office. But now the role is expanding to some degree because we are told by ICE officials that National Guard troops are also accompanying deportation officers from that agency in immigration enforcement operations, not to arrest the undocumented individuals they encounter, but to provide security to the deportation agents at ICE who are conducting those arrests, Reed. So that's obviously a significant expansion in the responsibilities here in Southern California.
Camilo, so much to process there. We appreciate your reporting on the ground in Los Angeles. Thank you so much.
Another reason why Black Americans are staying out of what's going on in Los Angeles, California with the ICE raids. This guy by the name of Vicente Guerrero on Twitter or X said this: I'm not calling any individual a Fed, but let's be clear. The Black folks saying this battle is none of our business, quote unquote, is 1,000% Fed behavior. How is us saying that we are going to mind our business Fed behavior? I think it'd be the opposite if we was all up in the mix, right? Trying to stop the Latinos or whoever is out there in Los Angeles from doing what they're doing. But we're not. We're literally saying we're going to sit home, mind our business, drink our water, do whatever we're doing. But see, y'all mad. Y'all are mad that we have finally woken up in the Black community and started carrying our own water and started using it to put out the burning building in our community. See, before we would drop the water hose from our burning building and go run and help everybody else. But we said, gone are the days that we're going to do that anymore. But y'all calling us names, like calling us feds. Y'all even run around talk about, y'all hope we get deported. Where are we going to get deported? We belong here. We're here legally. But because y'all getting the foot to y'all tailbone, y'all want to take it out on Black Americans. Basically, y'all have benefited from us enough. What else do you want from us? In my Tyrese Gibson voice, right? What else do y'all want from us? What? Y'all want the shirt off of our backs? We asked y'all to help us with a whole lot of things, specifically reparations, and y'all said flat out no. What about us? We deserve reparations. We don't want our tax dollars going to that. In fact, the Latinos and the Asians in California got together and decided that we gonna stand against Black Americans getting reparations. But the Latinos, especially with the Biden administration, y'all got some form of reparations. Now, wrong wasn't necessarily done to y'all, but y'all got stuff. Y'all got housing, food, money, all kind of stuff. The Asian community, y'all got reparations for the things that y'all gone through here in America, being in those concentration camps. But when it comes to Black Americans getting it, y'all don't want us to have it. So y'all calling us names and all kind of stuff, that ain't going to do. It's not going to work. You're not going to guilt us into getting out there and helping y'all get more of what you already got. And let me back it up. We're not going to get out there and help you to get what you don't deserve because you're not here the right way. We're here the right way, and we can't get half of what y'all getting. Y'all out there in the streets waving flags and all kind of stuff from Mexico and America. I mean, y'all got to see that as weird, don't you think? So anyway, y'all can keep calling us names and all kind of stuff, but guess what? We still gonna mind our business.
So I've been watching these LA riots and these protestings that is going on, and I just want to understand, why are we flying Latin American flags if we're trying to prove to people that we too are American, that we too are just as American as everybody else? Why are you flying that Mexican flag? Why are you waving that Guatemalan flag? Please help me understand. A lot of people have also been saying, oh, well, California used to be part of Mexico, and Mexico took that land from Native Americans. Also, the fact that a lot of Latinos don't want to fly the American flag because they think that it's a colonizer's flag, yet have the audacity to fly a Mexican flag, another colonizer's flag, is so beyond stupid to me. It just shows how ignorant our community is. That Mexican flag was not made by indigenous people. It was made by colonizers as well in 1821. I also really want to know, where was all of this chaotic energy when under the Biden administration, they couldn't all of a sudden track down 300,000 children. Where was this energy? Where was this energy when it was known that the Biden administration was not even tracking down all of the kids that were being trafficked? Where was this energy? As someone who was born and raised in Guatemala and then came to the United States, it pisses me off how a lot of you Latinos are out here destroying our own communities here in the United States and then making us as Latin Americans look bad. Do you think this is what people want? Do you think people are asking for you to destroy the United States? No. People want you to address what is going on in Latin America. See, all of this stuff is going on. See, a lot of our people are escaping Latin America because the moment we come to the United States, we completely forget about our homeland.
Isn't that funny how everything changed once you get to a different place, and all of a sudden you feel entitled and you forgot why you were trying to escape the place that you were in the first place. And instead of people trying to hold down the communities where they're from, right? And then when you go into another country, because let's be clear, anytime that I travel outside of the United States of America, not only are they vigilant and making sure that I am there for vacation, this is how long I'm going to be there, this is when I'm going to return home, all of these things, because I can't just do what I want to do. If I want to go over there and I want to stay in another country, or I want to immigrate over to there, then there are rules and regulations. I got to research it and I got to meet expectations. But when people come over here, they do what they want to do when they want to do it. And we just supposed to accept it because we've created this environment where everybody should be included. Don't matter if you're illegal, don't matter if you're a criminal, don't matter if you're not really from here, don't matter if you bring your culture over here that's completely different from what we're doing over here. You don't have to learn how to speak the language. You don't have to adjust. You don't have to adapt. You can just do what you want to do. You can work under the table. You can bring other people here after you get here. You can do all of these things, and a level of disrespect, especially when it comes to flying a flag, a foreign flag, while at the same time destroying things that happens inside of the United States of America, would never fly in another country. I think I was just watching, it's a old school YouTuber, Vitali. They trying to throw the book at that guy for going over there and terrorizing what's happening. I think he was in Thailand or something like that. But they don't play games in other places. And if you go over there without law and order, and if you don't do what you said that you were supposed to do, or if you come over there illegally, they will jail you and they will even deport you. They will do everything that they can to make an example out of you so that somebody else don't feel compelled to be able to do it again. People was going over there to Dubai and they was tearing up over in Dubai, or it was some different women that was doing some stuff, and they just got into an argument and started being belligerent and stuff like that. And they threw them chicks in jail, and you had to come and get United States senators and legislators to advocate to get them people out of jail and get them sent back over. And they said, don't come back too. So with the level of disrespect that I see happening over here, I start to feel zero sympathy for people that are being arrested and then deported back to their home countries.
Completely forget about the real issues. We don't want to address and, educate ourselves on all the plantations that are in Latin America. But how many Latin Americans love their Starbucks? How many Latin Americans love their Dunkin' Donuts and their McDonald's and all of these stupid things that is literally enslaving our own people? How many? Too many. You know what? Latinos will boycott Coca-Cola, but then we'll turn around and drink Pepsi. And it also makes me upset that we want to talk about la raza this, while flying that Mexican flag. Well, let me tell you something. What that Mexican government does to other Central Americans, they unalive them, baby. Whenever you cross that Mexican border, guess what? You get unalived if they catch you. I completely understand feeling the pride of wanting to fly our own flags. Of course, do that at home, but also remember, even at home, that you're still in the United States of America. So also fly that American flag. Fly that United States of American flag, baby. Okay? Because you're every part of this society. And for us to continuously turn around and not acknowledge that, come on now, that's not okay. And I've done that in my life, so I completely understand that feeling of wanting to resent a country that has done damage. But you also have to understand that you are part of that damage. You are part of that society that is causing that damage. So don't act like you don't have privilege. Don't act like you're not part of the problem also. Even within this raza aesthetics too, a lot of people don't represent their indigenous country style. They don't represent the Guatemalan indigenous style, the Mexican indigenous style, the Colombian, the Venezuelan, all of these different beautiful countries, but want to represent that flag. Part of the reason why a lot of our people are going through a lot of the things that they're going through is because there's a huge attack on indigenous people, on indigenous land, on indigenous rights. And we as Latin Americans who come to the United States, come on now, we don't address that. Let's be for real. And even when I have been seeing these Guatemalan flags too waving around, I have to think like a lot of the issues that is going on is because our people are suffering under that flag, because the Caibiles are also training the Mexican cartel and then turning around and then slaughtering our own villages.
What I'm basically hearing is that people are basically sick of their own countries. And so now they're bringing the things that they didn't like over in their own countries over here to the United States of America. And we're not having that over here. We're not having unruly, belligerent, destructive, and it almost seems like the worst of the worst is coming over here from these other countries. It don't seem like we getting their best. It don't seem like we getting their brightest. We getting people over here that do what they have to do, and then they go and tear up and do whatever it is that they want to do afterwards. Of course, most people have to feed themselves or whatever, so they're gonna work because you got to make money, right? But I see some of the worst people that are participating in these riots and these protests, and I don't think that it's conducive for what we want here in the United States of America. But we got apologists over here that's trying to make people feel comfortable instead of holding them accountable. We got people that think that they know what's really happening outside of the United States of America, when in reality it's horrible. And instead of them flying and fixing their own country and flying their flag where they from, they decide that they want to come over here and bring all of the stuff that they got going on over here. And we're not interested in that. We're not interested even in their spirits. I know that y'all don't believe it. And this is a completely different conversation. I don't believe in I believe that a lot of this stuff is negative energy and spirits that's being brought over here to the United States of America. But I don't want to get in my conspiracy theory, spiritual bag right now, because that's not what I'm talking about. Covering more of this on the Millionaire Morning Show, I was observing in other cities that they got cars that's being ran into ICE protests and all of this stuff. And it's just chaotic. And these Me Too cities, the Chicagos, the Atlantas and stuff like that, again, thank God we don't got that shit over here in Detroit. We don't need nothing hindering our progress. We're going to continue to move, and we're going to continue to be successful. I love you guys. I appreciate y'all.
Funding these riots and rioters. Videos emerged yesterday of black unmarked cars arriving in the middle of the riots to hand out expensive riot masks to the protesters. Who's paying for that? It's really interesting. Just pulled up, here are all the boxes for riot masks. Here you go. And they knew where to meet them, by the way. It's all very coordinated. And as lawyer Lauren Powell pointed out, one of the NGOs organizing the riots got $34 million in government grants from the state of California just last year alone. Take a look at this. This is the Coalition for Human Immigration Rights. Just one of the groups. Look at that, $33 million. There are many more to name, by the way. I've gone through like a lot of these NGOs today, looking at their backgrounds and data. I mean, liberals are calling these peaceful protests. I wonder who organized these peaceful protesters to storm an Apple store overnight in LA, loot everything. They're so peaceful. Grab those iPhones, grab those iPads, rip them out of the table. The thing is that these morons don't realize is that as soon as those things leave the Apple store, Apple bricks those devices, so they no longer work. But hey, I guess people want to keep looting Apple stores. Apple knows exactly what these people do, so they shut them off immediately, and they're unusable. Okay. Or these nice folks smashing the windows of LAPD headquarters. Now, you'll recall, I mean, if you just like take your skateboard, smash the windows. Again, yeah, that's LAPD headquarters. It's ironic, of course, isn't it, that one day before that, the LAPD sent out a press release calling the protesters peaceful. Here's that press release. Today, demonstrations across the city of Los Angeles remained peaceful, and we commend all those who exercise their First Amendment rights responsibly. The LA Police Department appreciates the cooperation of organizers, participants, and community partners who helped ensure public safety throughout the day. Of course, then they smashed up the LAPD headquarters. I'm sure they're still peaceful. And
yeah, I missed.
Go ahead, Phil.
I missed the part where stealing iPhones was my First Amendment right. I have to go reread the Constitution. I guess they updated it.
You didn't know that?
Right.
Well, it's a phone and it makes phone calls. So therefore, phone calls are a freedom of speech. So yeah, I guess you can just go into an Apple store and just steal phones, according to the LAPD now, I guess. By the way, I know protesters overnight launching mortar rounds at law enforcement. Perfectly normal behavior for peaceful protesters. Look at these peaceful guys. I mean, literally using like trash cans. It looks like something out of the 1980s, doesn't it? Like, oh my God, like using trash cans and dumpsters as protection, like, you know, and firing off like mortar rounds at these people, at law enforcement. Los Angeles Mayor Karen Bass says her city was peaceful until Trump got involved with all these ICE raids. She says it's time to end the ICE raids on illegals.
We need to stop the raids. This should not be happening in our city. It is not warranted, and the only thing it does is contribute to chaos. This was chaos that was started at Washington, D.C. On Thursday, the city was peaceful. On Friday, it was not, because of the intervention of the federal government.
Yeah.
She has a real problem with cause and effect. Like, fire conditions equal fire. That's new to her, right?
Right.
Criminality equals destruction. Yeah, I really need to take her back to Economics 101 about cause and effect.
She has a lot to learn. So it's apparently Trump's fault that people smashed the LAPD headquarters. They set cars on fire. They looted Apple stores. They're firing mortar rounds.
We're all feeling rising costs. It's tough out there. You're thinking, well, should I call American Financing to refinance and pay off this credit card debt that I'm living off of? But then you say,
Let's bring in someone who knows more about the disaster in California. That is the disaster of California itself than just about anyone. He's written a book on it. Chris Moritz is the author of Failed State, A Portrait of California in the Twilight of Empire. Look at the top of the book there. Our friend of the show, Tucker Carlson, says, what a remarkable book. Chris, welcome to the show. Great to have you here.
Thank you. Good to be with you.
So in your book, you talk about a breakdown of law and order and how progressive policies essentially have basically prioritized the criminal over the victims. How the California government even prioritizes cartels over California citizens, which is stunning to me. So I guess my first question, Chris, is how much of what we're seeing right now in Los Angeles is deliberate liberal government policy versus bureaucratic failure? Oh, the bureaucracy just broke down here. Like, how much of this was deliberate?
I don't think you can separate the mismanagement from the ideology. The ideology leads to mismanagement. Mismanagement leads to the ideology. It's completely cyclical. And it's not even necessarily the ultimate truth about why this is happening, why these policies are in place, why these ideologies exist in the first place. Because ultimately, I think this is a question of power. It's about entrenchment. And so even the notion of progressive or conservative, Democrat, Republican, it does not really apply to the disaster that we're seeing. What we're seeing is a rogue, lawless, one-party machine for which there is no single person that is responsible, neither Gavin nor Mayor Bass. They are cogs in this machine. And this machine is about total control in a CCP-style way, fashion. It's certainly heading in that direction. And they have achieved this control primarily through demographic engineering that took place beginning in the 1990s and accelerated the consolidation of the Democratic Party in the state of California that was once at least a purple state. But now we have, since 2012, every single or both chambers of the legislature and every single statewide office is held by the Democratic Party. So in that kind of milieu, ideology is likely to run amok, corruption is likely to happen, mismanagement is likely to happen. So all of these things are converging on the kinds of disasters we're seeing playing out right now in downtown Los Angeles, but of course also even more dramatically in the Palisades fire.
Now, the police chief admitted that they had been overrun before the federal government ever stepped in. Now, I saw your appearance on Tucker Carlson a couple months ago, and I showed it to my kids, and I said, the reason you cannot go to college in California, even if you want to, even if they recruit you, is because the police there cannot protect anybody. And so can we talk about who the actual victims are here? Because there will be, just like we saw in CHOP, there will be people who are entrepreneurs whose property is completely destroyed and have to rely on insurance. There are now neighborhoods, low-income neighborhoods, where people are running amok, destroying property. People are unsafe. California lawmakers do not care about the victim of anything, really.
Yeah. Well, they care about their own power, and they care about the maintenance of that power in perpetuity. But as far as keeping people safe, look, I talked to a lot of cops, from all different levels of experience when I was writing this book, over 30 hours of primary interviews. And a director from the LAPD union put it very bluntly to me. He says, he tells everyone, don't come to LA, we cannot protect you. He lives in Ventura County to the north. Many cops do, because it has become a lawless, dangerous place where you are more likely to get robbed, burglarized, carjacked, and beaten up than any other place in the entire country, and in some cases by double. So it's not working, and it's not going to work because the entrenched parties' powers do not have any thing to gain from that. They feed off the chaos. There's no consequence in terms of electorally, of course. And in some cases, there's even financial aspects that kind of incentivize the continuation of the status quo. and even the chaos, as we're going to see in the Palisades, as developers move into that to that space and put in multi-unit family housing, which is a long-term goal of the kind of the so-called green cult in California.
Wow, that's a story I hadn't heard in all of this, but it makes absolute sense as part of this agenda. People in a chat room, G. Fontez says there have been plenty of free bricks and cinder blocks left out all over Los Angeles, some left on pallets in the middle of roads. We've seen the funding of these protests and organizing of these protests coming out. Massive amounts of money behind this. A lot of NGOs, there are almost too many to count. Before you joined us, I rattled off just a few that I mentioned here. Some receiving upwards of $33 million in funding. Some of it with federal dollars, some of it purely on raising that money on their own in order to carry out these protests. We see there are more protests scheduled for June 14th, big No Kings protests as well. So who's behind this, do you suspect?
So that is the key question. And with respect to what's taking place right now, I would simply be offering theories, but I can tell you that the answer to this is to look back to 2020 and the George Floyd BLM riots and protests. In Los Angeles, it is very clear that the protesters who came into the city and the rioters that came into areas that were previously kind of untouched, like the West Side, areas like Santa Monica, where I live, that are not typically exposed to that kind of mayhem, but during that summer were literally firebombed. Santa Monica was firebombed. Police stood down, of course, but the question is, like, where were those people coming from? A lot of them were coming from out of state. A lot of them were paid anarchists. A lot of them were very well funded, and we do know that institutions, as well as like the financier, like George Soros, but others, have funded these entities directly, but also indirectly through political campaigns related to DAs and George Gascon and so forth. So this is not a kind of organic event that we're seeing. And I think it's important also to distill exactly who is sort of committing this violence right now. And it's not just simply gangs, although there's an element of that for sure, but it's also an alliance of anarchists from out of state, illegal aliens just in generally aggrieved, and then also illegal alien gangs that are all themselves proxies of the Mexican drug cartels, which control the criminal economy and organized crime in the state of California, have done so for the last 10 years at least.
Now, something Michael Schellenberger said today while observing this, and he is a journalist who has been covering California's authoritarian breakdown for years, is that the government is both permissive, meaning you can steal, you can live on the streets, you can poop in someone's yard, my father's a business owner, and he said, I can't stop people from using the hose on our property in California. They take showers there, like fully naked in his front of his landscape. I can't stop them. The police will not stop them. But then they're authoritarian in other ways. You can't enter a restaurant without a COVID vaccine, or that's how it was. You need permits for this, that, and the other. So in other ways, it's a banana republic. So can you speak to how they are both purposefully permissive and authoritarian?
Yeah, so I think that in terms of the aggrandizement of criminals in California and the diffusion, it seems purposefully diffusion of crime across the city and out of its sort of natural hubs and kind of historic hubs. This has been particularly acute since the 2020 events. This is perpetuated because behind all of this are policies that have been pushed in place in Sacramento relating to the criminal justice reform movement, advocated very strongly out of Stanford University. And behind that, which is the idea of addressing historical racial discrepancies in jailing and so forth, there is a much darker ideology that I could only describe as crime equity, which is the idea that crime would be used as or I should say leniency in criminal prosecution, which had a foreseeable result of allowing criminals to have a direct impact on communities and not be in jail. This is about redistributing violence in the name of redressing racial grievances. So in other words, the equity agenda. And this is not a new phenomenon. It's been used many times by leftist regimes in modern history, employing literally criminals to sort of aggrandize and perpetuate the revolution. Like that is what is taking place. And so we have, in California, both a kind of an oligarchy, aristocracy represented very much by Gavin Newsom, who's, their avatar. And then we have, in Sacramento, extreme radicals pursuing really lunatic ideas. And somehow the kind of, moneyed interests and these people converge. And I think that is where we kind of find the ultimate question and to all of this. Like, why is that? Why is California's elite advancing these kinds of policies that are foreseeably resulting in so much damage and violence?
How much did Kamala Harris have to do with this destruction of California?
Well, as I sort of always add as a caveat to this, is that there's no single person responsible for all of this mayhem and disaster. There are many actors in the process and in the machine that have gotten us here. And Kamala Harris certainly did a lot of damage, and I can give you some very specific examples. But it would not be accurate to suggest that she is, she's really the person with their finger on the trigger relating to what we're seeing. What she did do as Attorney General, starting in 2011, was she advocated and advanced policies related to decriminalization and the criminal justice reform movement that have gotten us to this point where California is so violent and so dangerous, especially to ordinary people. Cops would tell me that the 90s were really violent in LA, but in particular, but California in general. But today, it may not be quite as violent in terms of homicides and kind of those sorts of metrics, but the difference is that the violence has been turned against all of us, i.e., law-abiding citizens living in nice neighborhoods. It's been turned against all of us all the time because the criminals have been unleashed and empowered by acts of leniency and policies that people like Kamala Harris have advanced. Kamala Harris even disbanded a 100-year-old narcotics enforcement bureau in the state of California, formed after Prohibition, that was doing really important work at tackling the cartel influence. And yet, of course, she claims to be the cartel prosecutor. It's laughable.
Yes, absolutely. Well, thank you for your time. Again, the book is Failed State, A Portrait of California in the Twilight of Empire. And again,
Coffee. Follow me.